Being Wednesday, we will now have the singing of the national anthem, led by the honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Essex. How's that?
Here. O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all thy sons command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land, glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Let the doors be open. Order. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, I want to highlight the story of Samantha Whiteside. Samantha was diagnosed with juvenile arthritis at the age of 2. Yet in spite of a very challenging early childhood, Sam has persevered. And 14 years of rehabilitation later, despite overwhelming odds, Sam set out to become the fastest woman to cross Lake Ontario. Sam did not swim across Lake Ontario simply to put her name in the record books, but to achieve a far more noble purpose, to raise awareness and money for juvenile arthritis research. I was there on August the 8th. I watched her swim from Niagara-on-the-Lake to Toronto in 15 hours and 11 minutes, a journey of 52 kilometers, most of those hours in the dark. She raised over $20,000 for juvenile arthritis research. Samantha Whiteside, we all salute you. You're an inspiration to all of us. Your perseverance, personal sacrifice, and dedication to a very worthy cause make every one of us proud. Kitchener-Conestoga is home to a Canadian national hero. Way to go, Sam.
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, the cutbacks announced earlier this week confirm that the Conservative government defends the interests of some Canadians more than others. The current government has dropped Toronto museums and cultural centres that need funding. Though the government anticipates a $13 billion surplus, they've cut the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation's budget by $45 million for so-called efficiency reasons. Who will be affected by these cutbacks in the name of efficiency? Will it be our seniors or people with disabilities who benefit from CMHC programs, or will it be the First Nations? We don't know because the government acted unilaterally. It's too late for CMHC to get back the lost funding, but I would call on the Minister of Human Resources to do her job and stand up to her superiors so that the Supporting Communities Partnership Initiative survives. The Honourable Member for Laval. Mr. Speaker, a mortality study for women with cosmetic breast implants from 1974 to 1989 shows their suicide rate is 73% higher than the average for the general public. In light of these alarming findings, does the Minister of Health still intend to promote the cosmetic use of breast implants by granting licenses to Mentor and Inamed, despite the fact that these companies hid things from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration? The Special Access Program, which is supposed to be only for exceptional situations, has approved silicone gel implants for purely cosmetic reasons in 65% of cases. That's unacceptable. The Minister must follow the recommendations of the Standing Committee on Health by tightening up the rules of the Special Access Program and must put his decision to approve those licenses on hold. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Parkdale High Park.
Mr. Speaker, my friend and longtime colleague Carol McGregor passed away last Saturday in Toronto after a brief struggle with cancer. Carol was courageous throughout her life. As an advocate for human rights, especially people with disabilities, she knew how to organize support and make the powerful very uncomfortable. That's why, Mr. Speaker, I believe Carol McGregor would have been furious with the cuts announced by this government on Tuesday. Some find it easy to dismiss the cuts as small, $1 billion out of $210 billion in federal spending, cuts already decided on by the Liberals. However, these cuts made with no consultation or debate except with the Chicago consulting firm had a cost of $24 billion. What arrogance. These cuts represent $24 million. These cuts represent huge chunks of already meager budgets and hurt the most vulnerable people. They are not fat to be trimmed. We owe Carol McGregor a debt of thanks, and given the cuts last week, we certainly have to rededicate ourselves to continue her struggle.
The honourable member for Essex.
Finger in the wind and head in the sand, the member for Markham Unionville announced his Liberals want to one-up the NDP call to withdraw our troops from Afghanistan by pulling out reconstruction teams, too. In a rush to see who cuts and runs faster, he's hoping Canadians forget he was in cabinet sending our troops to Kandahar and as defense minister oversaw our mission. Worse, the former Prime Minister was in cabinet when his Liberals sent our troops to Afghanistan. As Prime Minister, he sent them to Kandahar. But recently, Mr. Dithers went to New York to hobnob, too busy to show up for a vote on extending the mission, too busy to show up for President Karzai's speech, but not too busy to criticize from the shadows the mission he started. A Liberal pullout isn't a big surprise. After all, they pulled out half their caucus before President Karzai's speech last week. The Liberals cut on Afghanistan before its president could ask for more of our support. Mr. Speaker, Liberals can run. This government will stay firm in our commitment to the people of Afghanistan.
The honourable member for York West.
Mr. Speaker, the Status of Women Canada is the federal government agency which promotes women's equality and the full participation of women in economic, social, cultural and political life. On the other end of the spectrum, we have REAL Women Canada, a socially conservative group with close ties to this minority government and this Prime Minister's, ties that go back as far as the Reform Party. REAL Women Canada exists to oppose women's equality and is against women's full participation and equal rights. They do not represent the views of the majority of women in this country. On Monday, this minority conservative government slashed the Status of Women's operating budget in half. Coincidentally, and not surprisingly, REAL Women Canada mounted a campaign over the summer to cut funding to the Status of Women. This minority conservative government claims that it consulted with Canadians before announcing $1 billion in cuts. Well, we now know exactly which Canadians they consulted, those and only those who already share their narrow, socially conservative views.
The
Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell. Mr. Speaker, the Eastern Ontario Development Program announced this summer is very important to my riding of Glengarry Prescott Russell. This initiative consists of a $10 million contribution to a program that aims to attenuate the socioeconomic problems in rural regions of Eastern Ontario. This fund will be used to support community economic development, small business growth, and job creation. This money is essential for the funding and development of small and medium-sized businesses in my riding. We've worked hard to guarantee that this program receives the budget it needs. And in providing these funds, our government has demonstrated the importance it attaches to local industries. We know the assets of Eastern Ontario, and I can assure the people in my riding that I will work hard with my colleagues to benefit from the maximum from this program. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, 20 years ago, in the beautiful riding of Rivière-du-Nord, a bold newspaper was started up by equally bold founders. A witness to everything that shaped the identity of our community over time, the path of L'Annonceur and later Le Journal du Nord was marked by success. With the passionate contributions of writers and its readers, this newspaper was very independent and journalistically sound. I congratulate the publisher, Mr. François Laferrière, and the editorial crew. I'd also like to point out the tremendous contribution made by other writers that made this newspaper accessible, high quality, and appreciated by the public for over 20 years. My colleagues from the Bloc Québécois join their voices with mine to congratulate you on your 20th anniversary and keep up the good work.
Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, early this week, Kamloops lost a volunteer extraordinaire, and she will be sadly missed. Fern Niblock grew up right here in Ottawa, but shortly after marrying her husband John, an RCMP officer, they moved west and eventually settled in Kamloops. Fern was a loving mother to her 3 daughters, Jackie, Rachel, and Jean, and she doted on her grandchildren, Sarah Jane, Anthony, and Hannah. Even with her hectic schedule, Fern always found time to devote to the Kamloops-Thompson Caribou Constituency Association, and during an election, there was just no stopping her. Whatever needed to be done, Fern was already there and doing it. Fern remained a devoted Canadian to the end. She requested that in lieu of flowers, donations be made to the Western Canada Theatre Company or the Kamloops Symphony Orchestra, 2 more organizations she fully supported. Fern Niblock was a personal friend and a community asset. Fern will be missed, but never forgotten.
The Honourable Member for Labrador.
Mr. Speaker, the uncaring Tories might not listen to what we on this side say about their programme cutting and community gutting, but I ask them to adjust their earpieces and hear what my constituents are saying. From a literacy activist in Cartwright, I am very upset to learn about the decision to cut spending on literacy. Words cannot express the detrimental effect this will have on our residents. Once again, we in the Atlantic provinces are left to flounder on our own. From the Labrador West Status of Women Council, we clearly have a government that not only does not value women's equality, but seems to have a fundamental belief that they can do whatever they want to destroy what women have worked so hard to gain. And from a provincial literacy group, the literacy community is virtually in shock. Liberals warned, and Canadians now know, that the neoconservatives would cut social programs. The Treasury Board and Finance Ministers have proved that we were right.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Bellechasse. Mr. Speaker, the statements of the Liberal leadership candidate and former Environment Minister are confusing to Canadians. In July, he stated that Canada couldn't meet the Kyoto objectives and that Canada had set unachievable objectives, and he recognized that the former Prime Minister had set ambitious targets just to outdo the Americans. Then in August, about face, the candidate stated to the Globe and Mail that Canada could meet its objectives. Who should we believe, the July candidate or the August candidate? Rhetoric, contradictions, and flip-flops. Mr. Speaker, one thing's for sure. Under the Liberals, 13 years of inaction, 13 years of ridiculous increase in GHG emissions, not to 10, 20, or 30, but 35%, Mr. Speaker. Luckily, in January, Canadians replaced the big-talking Liberals with a new Conservative government that respects Canadians and gives them the straight goods.
Honourable Member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, cutbacks were made by this Conservative government without any debate or consultation. Over 12 essential programs for Francophone community development and Acadian communities will be seriously affected, including literacy and core challenges. How frustrating for all minority communities. What should be done with Bill S3, supported by the Conservatives at the time, which aims to strengthen the government's obligation to respect and promote the Official Languages Act? And what should be done about the 29 pending cases? The Conservative government has put minority language communities at the bottom of its program. The NDP asks for an explanation and immediate steps to restore funding for the survival of those programs and our Francophone minority communities.
First, Desnathi, Mississippi, Churchill River.
On September 26th, Mr. Speaker, articles in 2 Saskatchewan newspapers described the horrendous black mold-infested and overcrowded housing conditions in First Nations communities in my riding. Chiefs from those reserves are in Ottawa today demanding action from this novice government. The chief stories of terrible living conditions reveal great suffering. The mother of one of the chiefs recently passed away, succumbing to black mold that was literally growing in her lungs, and this is totally unacceptable. Improved housing conditions and road access to these remote communities are key to a better quality of life. But the Indian Affairs Minister clearly does not understand that he should advocate for my people. Instead, he has killed the Kelowna Accord, opposed the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, and now has overseen millions of dollars of cuts to Aboriginal people, money intended for those most in need. This novice government has had plenty of time and opportunity to address these issues, but has chosen to abandon Canada's Aboriginal peoples. I think the minister should pack his silk tie and cufflinks and spend a month on the reserve of one of my communities to know what this is all about.
The honourable member for Brome-Missisquoi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. About 2 weeks ago in my riding, there was a temporary layoff of about 100 textile workers. This morning, we learned that a plant was being closed and 200 jobs lost. We all know that the former government did nothing to protect textile jobs. The current government refuses to do anything whatsoever, like, for example, taking safeguard measures. Manufacturing jobs are disappearing at an increased rate all across Quebec. It's crucial that the government immediately establish programs to help these workers, including a POWA program. Given that the crisis is obvious, is it telling workers that it has no solution for them, no interest in their future, and no program to offer them? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Egmont.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a Tory federal government is poison for the city of Summerside, PEI. In 1989, the last Mulroney government closed CFB Summerside, the only military base in the province of PEI. And now this rapidly aging minority Tory government is closing the GST rebate program, which is delivered out of the tax centre in Summerside, a tax centre that the province, the city, and all islanders fought to get as an offside in lieu of the military base. This unnecessary cut will eliminate 60 permanent jobs, 30 term jobs, and 50 casual jobs. A heavy blow for the families and for the economy of PEI. In addition, members of the tourist industry from Victoria, BC to St. John's in Newfoundland are decrying the elimination of the program, saying it's a critical blow to the industry already suffering a severe downturn. This was a decision made with absolutely no consultation with the provinces or the industry. I quote the President of the Tourism Industry of Canada, Randy Williams. This is a more serious blow to the industry than 9/11 and could result in bankruptcies for tourism businesses in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for West Block St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, under the previous Liberal government, farmers in my riding suffered through years of neglect and disastrous Liberal policies. So you can imagine farmers' surprise 2 days ago when the Liberals suddenly announced they have a plan for agriculture. Where was support for farmers when Liberals were in power? In 2005, the member for Malpeque was Parliamentary Secretary for Agriculture. So what was his plan for farmers? In a report on farm income last year, the member for Malpeque recommended exactly none of the solutions he calls for so loudly today. It is Canada's new government that is standing up for farmers. We promised an additional $500 million. We delivered $1.5 billion. We promised a better inventory valuation method. We not only delivered, we made that change retroactive. The member from Malpeque and the Liberal Party had their chance. And unfortunately, they failed farmers miserably for 13 long years. Canada's new government is standing up for and will keep delivering for farmers.
Oral questions orales of the Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister repeated Conservative nonsense to the effect that the cuts would not affect minorities, and today the President of the Bar Association said that the court challenge program is often the only way for the most vulnerable and disenfranchised to be treated fairly. Will the Prime Minister not admit that he's just eliminated an opportunity for minority Francophone communities to seek redress, and how can he explain this to Acadians, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable President of Treasury Board. Mr. Speaker, We have to be clear. None of the cuts affect the Official Languages Act, Mr. Speaker. This government supported this important act, Mr. Speaker, and what is fact is that the government does not need to pay lawyers to support the Official Languages Act because this government will do it. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Speaker, perpetual hyperbole and bluster no longer fools this House or Canadians, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister's assertion in the House yesterday that the government is not cutting funding to immigrant youth is simply not true.
False.
The Court Challenges program for visible minorities is gone. Workplace programs for disadvantaged youth are gone. Funding and writing programs for refugee kids are toast. Why didn't the Prime Minister at least admit the facts? Why were programs for visible minority youth cut in such a mean-spirited way? And, Mr. Speaker, I use that term not only in its parliamentary sense, but in the sense that every common Canadian would understand, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable the President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition never lets the facts get in the way of a good argument, Mr. Speaker. The Leader of the Opposition had already written his supplementary before he even rose in this House to ask the first question, Mr. Speaker. Let's look at the facts. We're looking at spending to see does it meet the priorities of the people of Canada, Mr. Speaker. This year we're putting $100 million more to help families with a child with a disability, Mr. Speaker. This year we're spending some $450 million to provide clean drinking water to our First Nations, something that the previous government, after 13 years, still couldn't do, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let's look at the facts. The youth employment strategy specifically targets visible minorities.
That's right.
Cutting it is a direct assault on the finest values of our society.
Exactly.
This Conservative government is undermining programs for equality. It's undercutting minorities' access to the courts, to reading and writing help, to housing and to job skills. In the name of decency,
Mr. Speaker, again, nothing could be further from the truth. This government has not made any reductions with respect to summer employment programs for disadvantaged youth, Mr. Speaker. That is something that was specifically exempt from the cuts, Mr. Speaker. I say to the member opposite, we're looking at reallocations for the budget, Mr. Speaker. This member voted against our budget. He voted against providing hundreds of millions of dollars more of clean drinking water. This member, Mr. Speaker, voted against spending $52 million a year for a strategy on cancer control, Mr. Speaker. And this government, member, Mr. Speaker, voted against every single good initiative contained in our budget, Mr. Speaker, and he's going to have to defend that at the next election.
The Honourable Member for Westmount Ville-Marie. The Conservative minority government has proceeded with blind cuts based on its ideology rather than the merits of the programs. In the past, the Prime Minister called regional economic development programs corporate BS. Not only is there no new money, but the budgets have been reduced and even cut. Now that it is obvious that his Marshall Plan has fallen flat, can the Prime Minister explain his little influence over the Prime Minister and his failure as responsible minister? Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of our accomplishments. When we look at what has been done since the last budget, we have been responsible in managing taxpayers' money. We've put money back into the pockets of Canadians. We've reduced the GST. We've reduced corporate taxes. These are all budget measures that the member opposite, my colleague, voted against in the last budget, and she should be ashamed of that. The Honourable Member for Westmount Ville-Marie. We have learned that the Prime Minister is not going to honour what he told Quebec and other provinces with respect to the fiscal imbalance. The Prime Minister has created expectations that he can no longer meet. For a second time, he has set aside his commitment. At one point, he said after the election he would be doing this, and then in the fall, and then in the spring, and now the 12th of never. He has never defined fiscal imbalance or put a figure on it. Would the Prime Minister not admit that this is only window dressing, there was no solution, and he has misled Quebecers? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the issue of equalization and the other issue of fiscal balance and moving toward fiscal balance in Canada is of vital importance to the country. We issued a paper with the budget this year about restoring fiscal balance in Canada. We've had meetings of the various ministers responsible with their provincial colleagues. These discussions continue. We'll be talking about it more in the fall fiscal update to come this autumn, and then in Budget 2007. It's a very active file, very important for all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, in a speech made in Quebec last December 19th, the Prime Minister was committed to settling the fiscal imbalance, and in the budget speech the Minister of Finance repeated what the Prime Minister had said and stated that there would be provisions in the 2007 budget to solve the fiscal imbalance. The Prime Minister yesterday said that settling fiscal imbalance could be set aside completely if there is no consensus among the provinces. Is the Prime Minister going back on the promise that he made to Quebecers during the election campaign? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, it's very important that we try to reach consensus with the provinces and territories about these important issues of equalization and transfer payments to the provinces. Those discussions are taking place. They have taken place. There'll be more discussions in the coming months. I would think most Canadians would want this government to move toward, as Canada's new government, to move toward consensus, if possible, on these vital issues for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, we want to be clear. Last December 19th, the Prime Minister didn't say, I will take care of this if there's a consensus. Anybody can do that. If there are 10 who agree, then everyone will be in agreement. So that isn't serious. The promise he made was to solve the fiscal imbalance, and the Prime Minister knew full well that there was no consensus. So in other words, is the Minister of Finance telling us that they voluntarily misled Quebecers during the last election? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, our discussions certainly with our colleagues in Quebec, as in the other provinces and territories, have been very constructive and very cordial. Of course, we want to move toward a consensus if a consensus can be achieved. That may not be possible at the end of the day, but I would think, again, that most Canadians would want Canada's new government to work cooperatively with Quebec and the other jurisdictions toward that goal.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, to justify his inaction in the equalization file, the Prime Minister says that he is awaiting consensus of all the provinces, but he has said that correcting equalization is his responsibility and he was going to take care of it. In hiding behind an impossible consensus among the provinces, did the Prime Minister not find a common pretext to break the promise he made to Quebecers? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Again, Mr. Speaker, this is a multifaceted issue. It involves the transfers, involve infrastructure issues, post-secondary education issues, training issues, all of which are very important for the economic future of Canada, as well as the federal constitutional responsibility with respect to equalization. We'll continue with the discussions. As we said we would, we're on track.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, in appointing to the head of the public service the former someone who always vehemently denied the existence of the fiscal imbalance, is the Prime Minister not showing his true intentions with respect to the fiscal imbalance, that is to deny the fiscal imbalance, cross his arms and refuse to listen to Quebecers?
It's important, Mr. Speaker, for all of us to remember that the provinces have taxing powers and that, generally speaking, they should use their taxing powers to pay for purely provincial programs. Having said that, We have had very constructive discussions in recent months between the federal ministers and provincial ministers dealing with vital issues like infrastructure and post-secondary education. Those discussions will continue as planned and in accordance with the schedule that we had set out in Budget 2006.
The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois strategy is to support the Conservative budget, but it's a failure because we see now that the fiscal imbalance will not be settled. The Prime Minister has said that fiscal imbalance is not yet a problem. Why would the Prime Minister renege on his commitment with respect to fiscal imbalance? Is it because the fiscal imbalance will take care of itself, since the Prime Minister will be reducing government revenue, which means that provinces will have to increase theirs? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
We are moving toward restoring fiscal balance in Canada. Our government's made that clear. The Prime Minister has made that clear. It's something that the members opposite failed to do when they were the government. In fact, we ended up in a rather confusing situation. Now we want to move forward, Speaker, to fiscal balance, focusing on fiscal balance for the provinces and the territories based on fairness and a principled approach to fiscal balance in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
You know, the transfer of tax points from the federal government to the provinces has been known as the big lie of federalism, and it looks like the Prime Minister is about to make it a whole lot bigger. Today we find out they have no intention of addressing the déséquilibre fiscal de tout. They have no interest. In fact, the Conservative tricked Canadians and Quebecers on this score. In fact, all they're going to now do is allow the provinces to increase their taxes. While the Prime Minister stands back and avoids any responsibility for dealing with any of the services. So is this the secret deal that the Prime Minister cooked up with the Bloc? They support the softwood sellout, and the Prime Minister makes taxes go up in Quebec? Is that...
The Honourable, the Minister of Finance. Order.
I don't know where to go with that. There's a whole bunch of accusations and things in there. Listen, Mr. Speaker, what we're trying to accomplish is a rational basis for fiscal balance in Canada based on fairness and principles, so that we can move forward in our relationship with the provinces and the territories in a fair and principled way. Surely that's desirable for Canada, it's desirable for all the provinces and territories.
The Honourable Member for London West.
The Canadian Bar Association yesterday condemned this government's mean-spirited decision to abolish the Court Challenges program, which helps those who are less fortunate protect their charter rights. Clearly, this government believes that the rights guaranteed to all Canadians under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms should only apply to those with money. I asked the Prime Minister, what is the right that this government will attack next? Is it going to be the Minister of Justice standing up for all Canadians, or just those who are wealthy enough to afford the lawyers? Do they not believe in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms?
The Honourable, the President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, yes, each and every member of this caucus supports the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, Mr. Speaker. I want to say to the member opposite, Mr. Speaker, we also believe in the equality of
Order. The Honourable Member for London West has posed a question, and she won't be able to hear the answer from the President of the Treasury Board. I can't hear a word he's saying because there's so much noise. Now, we'll have some order in the House so we can hear the answer being given by the President of the Treasury Board, who has the floor at this moment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we also believe in the equality of disabled children. We're spending more than $100 million more in this year's budget to provide services for families with a child with a disability. We also support quality health care. Not only are we increasing the health care budget by 6%, Mr. Speaker, we're investing more than $52 million a year in cancer control, fighting cancer, Mr. Speaker. But we're also providing significant tax measures to encourage more Canadians to support charities in this country, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative government decision, the minority government decision to abolish the court challenge program is of concern to Franco-Ontarians who remember the Mike Harris Conservative government that threatened to close Montfort Hospital and closed 27 others. The residue of the Harris government who are here, Ministers of Finance, Health and Treasury Board, have understood nothing. Is it the only minority that counts for them? Is that the one that they are hanging on to in this House? The Honourable President of Treasury Board. Mr. Speaker, I stated very clearly that we supported the Official Languages Act, and I would like to say also that when I was appointed Minister of Francophone Affairs in the province of Ontario, and when the Minister of Health became the Health Minister of Ontario, I was very proud to call Mrs. Gisèle Lalonde, President of SOS Montfort, to say that the hospital was remaining open.
Member for Mississauga, Arundel. Order.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians have greater respect and confidence in our judicial branch than this Republican minority government. Through the Core Challenges program, Canadians have been able to enhance minority rights and improve our laws. But the Prime Minister continues to expose his disregard for our courts. This is a sober reminder of his infamous quote during the election, "Don't worry, the courts will hold me in check." Mr. Speaker, is eliminating the Court Challenges program just a conservative way of silencing our courts?
He's checking the court. The Honourable the President of the Treasury Board. Sorry. The Honourable
Member for Beauséjour.
Very much. Mr. Speaker, le gouvernement minoritaire.
The Conservative minority government had made commitments to Francophone and Acadian communities, but they were betrayed. The government decided to cut an important tool for Francophones, that is the Court Challenges program. The president of the Association of Acadians said that the government is attacking us as defenders of official languages. Why would this government deprive minorities of a means to defend themselves? The Honourable President of Treasury Board. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to say very clearly there are no cuts to the Official Languages Act, and this exercise undertaken this week is very different from what the Liberal Party did. The Liberal Party cut more than 25% of financial support for official languages 10 years ago, and we never heard any explanation or excuse for that. Why are they speaking so loudly now when the Liberal government made such cuts to official languages? The Honourable Member for Kamouraska-Rivière-du-Loup. The government said that it would reduce the technology partnership program, and this has caused concerns in various industries, particularly the aeronautics industry. The Minister of Industry said that the program had had positive results in, relating to $32 billion since it was created. With this ideological approach that states that the economy doesn't need government help, does the minister not realize that he's eliminating all of the initiatives undertaken by technology partnerships over the years? The Minister of Industry. I'd like to tell my honourable colleague that the program still exists. There is $275 million in the program today, and it was reviewed. What we have done is to take taxpayers' money invested in this program, and make it transparent to ensure that the money would be properly spent. And that is why we still have $275 million in this program. The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, yesterday in Montreal, representatives of the aeronautics industry expressed their concern and stated that it was important to have clear objectives and effective support programs for the harmonious existence of this industry. In cutting the budget of the program and letting uncertainties exists with respect to this program. Does the minister not realize that he's affecting the economy of Montreal, including the Montérégie region? I'd like to tell my colleague that I met with the aerospace industry representatives here in Ottawa yesterday, and they said they were very pleased with the decision to invest in the armed forces, in tactical aircraft, and $13 billion will benefit the aeronautics industry throughout Canada. The honourable member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Mr. Speaker, this morning, Gilda Textile Industry announced the closure of its Valleyfield plant, which will cause the loss of 200 jobs. Among the cuts by the Department of Finance, $25 million that was not used for the textile sector will be cut. How can the government justify that amounts that were to help the textile and apparel industry remained unused when there are plants that are closing one after the other, and hundreds of workers are found have lost their jobs? The Honourable Minister of Labour. Mr. Speaker, yes, as with a number of departments, we have to do our share with respect to the cuts that have been requested, and we made an intelligent assessment of the situation. We looked at all of the programs, Mr. Speaker, and the program to help the textile industry has been cut by $5 million this year and $11 million next year. Notwithstanding all of that, though, Mr. Speaker, there remains $6 million for each of the next 2 years, and history has shown that only $4 million had been used, so there's more than enough money. The honourable member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Mr. Speaker, after being asked about climate change, the Prime Minister gave us this astonishing answer. It's a complicated subject. It's difficult to determine what the weather will be tomorrow or next week. So how can we determine what it will be like in a few decades? This says a great deal about how the Prime Minister understands what's at stake with the environment. Does this statement by the Prime Minister not show his true intentions? Instead of protecting the environment, he's protecting his friends in the oil industry, and instead of listening to the scientists, he prefers to listen to his friend Mr. Bush. The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
The Minister of the Environment has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to reassure my colleague and tell you that our plan goes beyond Kyoto because our government is most interested in the health of Canadians and Quebecers. Our plan will attack climate change and atmospheric change and pollution. The honourable member for Notre-Dame de Grace-la-Chine.
The Conservative minority government just can't help itself. They're slashing programs that help the most vulnerable Canadians. And once again, gun control is under attack. The safety of our community should be a top priority for any government, but clearly not for this government. The Minister of Public Security should explain how gutting gun control makes Canadians safer.
The Honourable, the Minister of Public Safety.
Speaker, the Auditor General pointed out over a period of years that money was being wasted terribly in the ineffective Liberal program. We have taken those valuable resources, Mr. Speaker, and put them where citizens want to see it. More officers on our streets. Mr. Speaker, safety programs. More dollars going to deal with gun smuggling at the borders. Mandatory sentences for people who commit crimes with guns. We figured it's about time, Mr. Speaker, to go after the criminals. We're doing that. We want to protect our young people. We want safe communities. We're going to have it that way.
The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame de Grace-la-Chine.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, no, that's not the case. The Conservative government, the minority government, is using one of the largest surpluses in the history of Canada as a pretext to cut funding for gun control. Why does the Prime Minister not listen to the students student from Dawson College, a victim of the shooter, who said instead of perpetuating acts like this, they should make access to firearms much more difficult for everyone. Why don't they listen to this student? The minister. Mr. Speaker, we absolutely agree with the statement that we have heard. It is our plan to research so that if one seeks to own a gun, a firearm, it will be more difficult for that person to obtain a firearm like that.
The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, a recent report by the Canadian Forest Service has said that the pine beetle infestation in British Columbia is now threatening other species of trees and could in fact spread right across the country. Last year, the Conservative member for Prince George Peace River said, and I quote, "It's the responsibility of the federal government to know about the impending consequences and, more importantly, to take actions to mitigate the fallout." Why then, Mr. Speaker, did this Conservative government promise money for the pine beetle, only now turn their backs on British Columbia with an $11.7 million cut?
No. The Honourable the Minister of Natural Resources. Order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, the member should get his facts right. Unlike the old Liberal government who wasn't able to get anything done, the $11.7 million was actually an old Liberal promise. The money was never committed. It was never spent. Mr. Speaker, this government in this budget committed $200 million, and every single dime of it will go to British Columbia to fight the pine beetle. Mr. Speaker, this government delivers. That government only made empty promises and never delivered anything.
Order. The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country. Order.
Well, Mr. Speaker, first this minister should learn how to add. Right. When the Trade Minister was a Liberal, he used to brag about delivering $100 million in pine beetle money for British Columbia. Last year, the member for Caribou Prince George accused the minister of not delivering for BC on the pine beetle issues. But yesterday, unfortunately, British Columbians learned he was right. Have these BC members not seen the devastation the pine beetle is doing in their very own riding? Mr. Speaker, how can this minister possibly keep a straight face and claim to represent BC in cabinet when he can't even deliver on the pine beetle money that he's already promised?
The Honourable the Minister. Order. The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'll just say that the member from Prince George was absolutely right. The old, tired Liberal government made promises. The 11.7 was an old Liberal promise and never delivered, Mr. Speaker. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, I'm in consultations with the Provincial Minister of Forests in British Columbia. We are working on programs. They are being delivered every single time. We have the 100% full support of the province of British Columbia on our pine beetle programs, something that the old Liberal government could never, ever get.
The Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
Well, the party across the aisle, Mr. Speaker, would like to live in the past. This government here is focused and working toward the future. To that end, on Monday, this government announced a $13.2 billion surplus would be going toward paying down the national debt. Mr. Speaker.
Keep going. Order. The Honourable Member for St. Catharines has the floor. We'll want to hear the question.
Mr. Speaker, the former finance minister would like the money. The current finance minister, could you please explain how Canadians and this country will benefit from that surplus being paid down to debt?
Honourable the Minister of Finance. Order.
That's a great question, Speaker. I'm happy to explain that we will save approximately $650 million in annual interest payments. That's money paid by Canadian taxpayers because they work hard, and now it can be used for programs in Canada that benefit all Canadians. And more than that, in terms of intergenerational equity, This savings will happen year after year after year for the benefit of all Canadians, around $650 million a year.
Order. The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley. Order.
Mr. Speaker, this week, with their cutbacks, the Conservatives said no to families that work to improve their lives, no to affordable housing for seniors, no to literacy, no to those people who wish to learn to read and write. They are continuing to pay $1 billion and more to their friends in big oil that are awash with money already. This government that says it's going to do so much for Canadians, will it not put an end to this scandal of pollution?
I can tell you what this government is going to do. We're going to ensure that every tax dollar is spent wisely and well. We're going to ensure we spend tax dollars efficiently, effectively, responsibly, and accountably, Mr. Speaker. That's something that this country has not seen in a very long time.
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Take her feet and address the hypocrisy, the environmental hypocrisy that her government perpetuated. It's a scandal, Mr. Speaker. We all know that George W. Bush is in a big hurry to get his hands on Canadian oil. It is true. But this government is supposed to be fighting for our interests and not selling out our future for a greasy buck. Even Ralph Klein apologizes for his Wild West approach to development. Even Arnold gets it now. Will this minister do what it takes and stop barreling ahead with out-of-control development in the oil sands?
The Minister of the Environment.
That was quite the impression, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let's talk about action on the environment, because that's actually what this government's delivering and what Canadians want. While the Liberals were preening on the international stage and the NDP were sending out press releases, this government passed the first tough regulation on mercury. That took us just 2 months, Mr. Speaker. That will reduce smog, it will reduce infant death, it will reduce blindness, and it will reduce lung cancer. That is the kind of action that Canadians deserve on the environment, and that's the kind of action this government will continue to deliver.
The honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier.
The last general election, the Conservatives made the following promise in writing to the Canadian Museums Association, and I quote, "Please be assured that generous funding for Canada's museum would be a priority for a Conservative government," end of quote. Mr. Speaker, my question is rather straightforward. Why did this minority Conservative government break its promise?
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we did not break our promise. In fact, we are going forward to deliver to Canadians. Canada's new government will spend $245 million on museums. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we inherited 10 years of neglect for museums, and that is why they deserve an efficient and effective new museum policy, and we will deliver.
Here, here.
The honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier.
25% of the museum program. Mais en réaction...
But in response to the decision to amputate the program, John McCavity, Director General of Canadian Museums, said that we are all shocked and we are perplexed and betrayed by this. What does the Conservative government intend to do to reverse its decision and to help Canadian museums? The Honourable the Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the best way to help museums is to ensure we've got an effective policy that's going to meet their needs. And, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to fund the museums. In fact, the regional and small museums will be equally funded and supported across this country.
Here, here.
We believe that we have to use Mr. McCavity could be more positively contributing to our formulation of a new museums policy, and we welcome his contribution.
The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
On Monday, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Agriculture.
Order. I'm sure honourable members want to encourage the honourable member to speak up, but we'll have to be able to hear him. The honourable member for Malpeque has the floor now, so we'll have a little order.
On Monday, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Agriculture attempted to deny knowledge of a fake letter-writing propaganda campaign on behalf of government and government MPs.
which purpose was to undermine the Canadian Wheat Board. Will the minister come clean today and inform this House of which government MPs and officials and whether he or his parliamentary secretary are involved in this blatant and unscrupulous effort to manipulate public opinion and in the process violate the laws of Canada?
The Honourable, the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, it's good to see the member from Malpeque up on his hind legs talking about agriculture, sort of. But, Mr. Speaker, as I told him the other day, no one on this side of the House has a clue what they're talking about over there. No one's ever approached any company to write letters. Mr. Speaker, farmers are able to get their point across to governments and members of Parliament. I encourage them to do that. They don't need a consultant to do that, Mr. Speaker, because on this side of the House we're listening. Mr. Speaker, they can be assured after 13 years of being ignored that this side of the House is paying attention to what they're saying.
The Honourable Member
Grain
from
producers will not be impressed by that answer, Mr. Speaker. To the acting Prime Minister, this minister, adding to yesterday's $20 million cut, this minister is proposing to undermine the Wheat Board, which will reduce collectively Western grain incomes by $265 million a year. It's another attack on Canadian farmers. But worse, Mr. Speaker, using fake letters, manipulating the media, stacked government task forces, circumventing the laws of Canada. Is this the Prime Minister's definition of ethics and democracy?
The Honourable, the Minister of Agriculture and
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm surprised he can say that without wearing his tinfoil hat on a grassy knoll. But, Mr. Speaker, what we do know is that this government has not cut $20 million. We've added $1.5 billion to the Agriculture Department. Mr. Speaker, we continue to work with farmers to make sure the programming that was brought in by that government, things like an improperly brought in CASE program, lack of a green cover crop program, lack of facilities for farmers from coast to coast in science and technology. Mr. Speaker, after 13 years of neglect, finally this side of the government, this side of the House, this new government is getting the job done for farmers, Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding the scare tactics of the member opposite.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. Order, please, Mr. Speaker. On December 16th, the Conservative Party clearly undertook, in writing, to ensure stable, long-term, forecastable funding for museums. Rather than doing that, they're doing exactly the opposite today, because those sums of monies have been cut by some $4.6 million. How can the minister justify the fact that, given this commitment in writing, this government can so flagrantly break its promise? It's lamentable.
Yeah.
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I know that the member who's also on the standing committee would understand, because I know that he, as many members in this House, believe that we've got to use taxpayers' dollars so that they do deliver what museums need. In fact, we've heard from museums across this country, from the Cranbrook Museum and the Revelstoke Rail Museum. They understand, they want a good museums policy, they want one effective, and they know that they can use the funding once we've decided on what their real needs will be.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Jean-Lebert. Mr. Speaker, while the government is cutting back on the budgets for the social economy that deal with social integration and volunteerism, they are keeping a fiscal imbalance of some $250 million, fiscal advantage rather, a tax advantage for big oil. Are we not seeing here another ideological choice that has been made by the government in a sector that is so far ahead of the rest of Canada in terms of social economy? The Minister of Labour. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hear the comments of the members of the opposition. I think they should be more respectful in terms of the work that we do for economic development. Mr. Speaker, over the course of the past few months, we looked into an envelope of some $250 million to see what we could do what more we could do for businesses, particularly in those areas where they have a negative demographic change in their regions. We came up with 4 specific measures that deal with the economic development of regions. The Honourable Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
My questions for the Minister for COA. This government continues to help those who need it the least while hurting those who need help the most. Even the old Progressive Conservative Party, whose demise this minister helped arrange, had a little compassion. Not much, but a little, but not this bunch. Cancelling the childcare agreements, cutting the GST, which disproportionately benefits the wealthy, and now eliminating funds to small and medium-sized businesses and community groups that work in the social economy. Will the minister, as a former Progressive Conservative, finally confess that even he's embarrassed by the mean-spirited policies of this regressive Conservative government?
Honourable the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. What's truly embarrassing is a member coming from Atlantic Canada supporting the only Atlantic Canadian MP in the Liberal leadership contest that advocates the axing of ACOA, getting rid of regional development in Atlantic Canada, completely eliminating the most important regional development agency, I would suggest, in the country. So that member perhaps can try to square that hypocritical, contradictory circle for us.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, on Monday, the Director of Women's Affairs in Kandahar, Safiya Amajan, was murdered outside her home by 2 gunmen on a motorcycle. She had been a teacher, an advocate for women's rights for more than 3 decades, and ran an underground girls' school during Taliban rule. Mr. Speaker, I'm asking the Minister of Foreign Affairs, what is the government's reaction to this outrage?
The Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Ms. Safiya Amajad was the Director of Women's Affairs in Kandahar. She devoted her life to advancing women's rights. She devoted her life to seeing that young girls were able to go to school. Her life was cut short by a brutal and violent attack by terrorists, and as I stated yesterday, Canada condemns this heinous crime, which, among the other recent attacks, including those that have hurt Afghan children, demonstrates that these terrorists seek only to destroy life, and that the fundamental freedoms that we hold dear, Mr. Speaker, will not be abandoned. Our resolve will not break or bend in the wake of these cowardly attacks. Mr. Speaker, Canada, alongside 36 other countries serving in this NATO-led, UN-backed mission, will work with the Afghan people to support their efforts, to support the enhancement of women's rights, to integrate fully into civil society.
The Honourable Member for Surrey North.
Mr. Speaker, it looks as though the Conservatives have again been practicing their sleight of hand. It seems with all the focus on cutting women's programs for the disabled, literacy, the disabled, they've overlooked something. They've overlooked their promise to everyday families to a patient wait time guarantee. Ordinary Canadians are suffering because of this so-called fifth commitment, and the minister who has promised it has vanished altogether. When will the Minister of Health do what he promised to do and reduce wait times from its unacceptable level for patients in this country?
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to speak on this issue, as I have been doing all summer. And in fact, there's been great progress made throughout the country when it comes to reducing wait times. As a result, I might add to the Honourable Member, as a result of the commitment of this government, this new Conservative government, to increase the pot for transfer payments for health by fully $1.1 billion and increasing the escalator for healthcare funding by 6%. That is real money going towards real patients to help solve the problem created by 13 years of Liberal rule.
The Honourable Member for Surrey North.
Well, it's good to see the minister respond in the House today, but where was he when St. Paul's Hospital in British Columbia was using public MRI machines, renting them to private companies, and people were paying thousands of dollars to get to the head of the line? Or in Cambridge, Ontario, when the hospital admitted it was using a private agency to deliver its emergency services? At a time when this government has record surpluses, how can it explain when there's billions of dollars to subsidize polluting industries, but no wait time guarantees for patients?
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, as the honourable member well knows, there is a process by which provincial health ministers deal with these issues, and in fact the British Columbia case that she referenced is being dealt with by the British Columbia minister. And I would advise, I'm no expert, Mr. Speaker, but I would advise the honourable member that not a medical expert, that she not get too much out of control on this issue. She might get a hernia, and then she'd be behind Jack Layton, who used private hernia services when he needed that in.
Mind honourable members that referring to other honourable members by name is out of order. I think I recognize the member's name there. The honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yet this morning, someone else has weighed in on these mean-spirited cuts. Earlier today, Newfoundland and Labrador Premier Danny Williams expressed his views on the cuts announced. In his view, these cuts define the difference between the hard right-wing Conservatives in Ottawa and the progressive Conservatives in his government.
That's right.
Specifically, he said, and I quote, "The one that came to my mind immediately, literacy. Huge issue for us here in the province. Women's issues, big issue across the country." And he also criticized the government for eliminating funding for minority groups who want to protect their legal issues. Now, if the Prime Minister...
Is anyone rising? The President of the Treasury Board is rising to answer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, those of us on this side of the House were a bit concerned. We had a $13.2 billion surplus. And, Mr. Speaker, I have a...
Order. The President of the Treasury Board has the floor.
Because of the billions of dollars of taxpayers' money around, I quote, "Nothing starts a feeding frenzy more than the smell of cash around Liberal backbenchers." And do you know who said that? The member for King's Heads.
That will bring a close to question period for today. Order. À l'ordre.
Order.
The Chair is now prepared to rule on a point of order raised by the Honourable Government House Leader on June 16, 2006 in relation to the procedural issues relating to Bill C-288, the Kyoto Protocol Implementation Act, standing in the name of the Honourable Member for Honoré Mercier. Tout d'abord, je tiens...
I'd like to begin by thanking the Honourable Government House Leader for having raised this matter, and by thanking the Honourable Member for Mississauga South, the Honourable Member for Honoré-Mercier, and the Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre for having made contributions on this matter.
House Leader argued that this bill commits the government to significant expenditures and therefore requires a royal recommendation. In support of this fact, he referred to the spending which was included in the supplementary estimates for the 2005-2006 fiscal year by the previous government. Parliament was dissolved in November 2005 before the Appropriation Act emanating from those estimates could be voted on, and subsequently the monies were authorized through Governor-General's special warrants. The House Leader therefore concludes that it is evident that this bill entails considerable spending and so requires a royal recommendation. Dans une décision...
In a ruling earlier this week on a similar matter, namely Bill C-292, an act to implement the Kelowna Accord, the Chair made a distinction between a bill asking the House to approve certain objectives and a bill asking the House to approve the measures to achieve certain objectives. So too, in the case before us, the adoption of a bill calling on the government to implement the Kyoto Protocol might place an obligation on the government to take measures necessary to meet the goals set out in the protocol. But the Chair can't speculate on what those measures might be. If spending is required, as the Government House Leader contends, then a specific request for public monies would need to be brought forward by means of an appropriation bill, as was the case in 2005, or through another legislative initiative containing an authorization for the spending of public money for a specific purpose.
Bill C-288 does not contain provisions which specifically authorize any spending for a distinct purpose relating to the Kyoto Protocol. The bill rather seeks the approval of Parliament for the government to implement the protocol. If such approval is given, then the government would decide on the measures it wished to take. This might involve an appropriation bill or another bill proposing specific spending, either of which would require a royal recommendation. En conclusion,
to conclude, the Chair must conclude that as Bill C-288 stands, it does not require a royal recommendation and may proceed.
Order. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Présentation de rapport de comité.
Presenting reports from committees.
Private members' bills. Première lecture de projet de loi.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Présentation de...
Presenting petitions.
The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to table a petition today on behalf of quite a number of constituents in the riding of Malpeque and really across Prince Edward Island that basically asks the House of Commons and the Government of Canada to stop the destruction to the Green Gables tennis courts, which is designed to make a new golf course and put a putting green in its place. Mr. Speaker, it makes no sense at all to tear down a perfectly good tennis court when there's all kinds of available space. So on behalf of my constituents, I have the honour to present this petition.
Honourable Member for Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Thank you. At some point, there we are. Mr. Speaker, I'll be tabling two petitions in the House today, both from people who live in my constituency. The first petition calls on the federal government to take action to support families, which, of course, our government is doing and will continue to do. And the second petition calls on the federal government to get aggressive with regard to date rape drugs, which is an issue that I've pushed over the years as my Member of Parliament, so I'll table those now.
The Honourable Member for Delta Richmond East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have 4 petitions to present to the House today. The first petition is concerned about the protection of children from sexual predators and suggests that this must be a top priority of the government. The petitioners note that studies show that 14 and 15-year-olds are most vulnerable to sexual exploitation, and pray that the House would raise the age of consent from 14 to 16 years of age. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, has to do with the Falun Gong and their concern about the harvesting of organs from unwilling donors, I guess one way of putting it, Mr. Speaker. They urged the House to pass a motion that the House condemn the Communist government in China from committing these crimes against humanity and discourage Canadians from traveling to China for organ transplants. The third petition, Mr. Speaker, has to do with the expansion of Deltaport, and the petitioners are concerned about the noise and the effect that the expansion will have on the community, and the fact that measures have not been taken, substantive measures have not been taken to mitigate the impact of that expansion. The last petition, Mr. Speaker, has to do with the current federal criminal law, where an unborn child is not respected with regard when it is a victim of violence. And they suggest that the vast majority of the public supports laws that would protect unborn children from violence, acts of violence against their mothers that also injure or kill the child in the womb. And they ask Parliament to recognize this fact and to enact a law that would allow for 2 charges to be laid against the offender rather than just 1. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 2 petitions to present on behalf of constituents. The first petition is signed by over 100 of my constituents, and it is on behalf of the Falun Gong practitioners, and it petitions the House of Commons to condemn the Chinese government regimes against the Falun Gong practitioners, to take active measures to investigate and help stop the mass killing and organ harvesting in the Sujian concentration camp in Shenyang, China. That's the first petition, Mr. Speaker. The second petition is also on behalf of constituents in my riding, well over 60 constituents, and it calls on the Government of Canada to raise the age of consent from 14 years to 16 years of age.
Member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Social transfer. Since the Liberal government in 1995 did away with the Canada Assistance Plan and took literally billions of dollars out of that transfer, there's no way of knowing where the billions of dollars that still flow from the federal government to the provincial governments to support all kinds of social programs, including post-secondary education and housing, Mr. Speaker. There's no accountability, no framework. We have no way of knowing the effectiveness of the spending of this money. So these 176 people are asking that the government set up a task force of sorts to address this, to across the country find out what people are experiencing and come in with some suggestions as to the way that we might bring back some accountability to the social transfer and make it truly the vehicle that the federal government needs it to be if we're going to help those most at risk and marginalized in our communities.
The Honourable Member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Mr. Speaker, today I am honoured to rise in this House to present a petition signed by the residents of Fleetwood Port Kells. The petitioners call upon the government assembled in Parliament to take all necessary measures to immediately raise the age of consent from 14 to 16 years of age. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Honourable Member for Victoria.
I'm pleased to present a petition on behalf of 1,436 Canadians in my community in and around Victoria who call on the government to provide for U.S. war resistors to have sanctuary in our country. Hear, hear. The petitioners ask the government to show its commitment to international law by not returning conscientious objectors to the United States, where they could face incarceration or other punishment because they refused to serve in the Iraq War. A war, Mr. Speaker, that many deem illegal under international law. and a war opposed by many Canadians.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Langley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition from residents of Langley, my riding. Mr. Speaker, the petition deals with the serious transportation problems in Langley resulting in congestion and public safety, resulting from trains that go through Langley, cutting it in half. They're asking, Mr. Speaker, that relevant ministers provide federal government funding and support in developing a long-range, 50-year master transportation plan for the Lower Mainland, assisting Langley in determining whether alternate and safe routes for bulk and container traffic that travels through Langley is warranted, that the federal government provide adequate funding for railroad separation projects and potential alternate routes, and assisting Langley to secure efficient, workable, and affordable transportation systems that include light rail at surface levels with growth capacity as required. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Compton Stansted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to table a petition signed by 25 people in my riding. They ask the House to take the necessary steps to, as soon as possible, increase the age of sexual consent from 14 to 16 years of age. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Okay. Presenting petitions. Les autres petitions. Presenting petitions.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Questions? Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 228 could be made in order for return. This return would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that question number 28 be made in order of return and that it be tabled immediately? Agreed. Agreed and so ordered.
Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, I ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Notices of motion for the production of papers. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that all notices of motions for production of papers be allowed to stand.
Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Applications for emergency debates. We don't say that. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, comments, resuming debate and second reading of Bill C-20 for the Softwood Lumber Products Export Charge Act 2006 and on the sub-amendment by Mr. Julian.
Time that the debate adjourned last night, there was a 5-minute question and comment period left after the 10-minute speech given by the Honourable Member for West Nova. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Burnaby New Westminster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And we heard found out yesterday, that the Liberals and members of the Bloc Québécois on the International Trade Committee had moved. In fact, the Liberals moved to kill softwood hearings that were scheduled in northern Quebec, the Saguenay, in Thunder Bay in northern Ontario, which is the epicenter of what will befall this industry if the Conservatives succeed in pushing through this bungled legislation, and in British Columbia. And in British Columbia particularly, we know, Mr. Speaker, that half of that billion-dollar giveaway is from British Columbians. These are British Columbia communities that are being forced by these Conservatives to give up $500 million in illegally taken tariffs. That's BC's money. And the Conservatives, under the direction of the International Trade Minister, who has no opportunity even to be elected dog catcher in his riding of Vancouver Kingsway, he is so detested for his betrayal of his constituents, the other Conservatives in British Columbia are simply following along. So the Conservatives have abandoned British Columbia. It's pretty clear you're not going to see any Conservatives elected west of the Rockies in the next election. What I can't understand, Mr. Speaker, is why the Liberals would move to kill hearings in Northern Ontario. Shame. Where supposedly there are Liberal members who supposedly represent Northern Ontario. 20% of mills will close. 20% of jobs will be lost in Northern Ontario as a result of this deal. That comes from the testimony we heard this summer. And yet the Liberals moved to kill the hearings. Absolutely despicable, Mr. Speaker. So my question is quite simple. Why did the Liberals kill hearings that would have allowed people in Northern Ontario and British Columbia and the Saguenay and Quebec the opportunity to voice their concerns about this sellout, this bad deal?
The Honourable Member for West Nova.
Mr. Speaker, I don't sit on the committee. I'm not a member of the committee. Members decide their own fate and their own agenda.
I know that we've had excellent work done by the member from Beausejour, the member from Sydney Victoria, and other members from our party. They sat through most of the summer recess. They've heard a lot of witnesses on this question and voted against this bill, and are voting against voted against the resolution and are voting against this bill, because we understand that this is not good for Canada. We understand, and I believe, that forestry workers, whether they be harvesters, whether they'll be working in the sawmills, whether they'll be in the added value market, whether they be in the transportation market, whether they be associated with that industry in one way or another, and in the spin-off industries, will understand what the people of Vancouver Kingsway know. They will understand that that minister will sell them out at a moment's notice for very little interest to himself. For the value of a car and driver, he crossed the floor. For his links with one company in particular, I believe that he went ahead with this deal. He had presented to forestry workers, to the industry, a framework agreement in the spring that was worthy of discussion, that did have interest in all sectors, but rather than going through consultations, rather than discussing with the industry and making sure that we had an agreement that was advantageous to Canadians, with one quick trip by our little bush, by the shrub, by the little bush of a Prime Minister we have to meet with his patron saint in Washington, came back with an agreement that was a sellout of our Canadian industry. And we understand that strongly, and that's why this side is not supporting the bill before Parliament at the present time.
Further questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to point out to the honourable member from the Liberal Party that the Minister of International Trade and our Prime Minister's focus has been on the communities and the families and the industry that have been devastated by this dispute, which has gone on for 24 years. 24 years. This last legal battle has been 5 years alone. So we were focused on returning the duties back to the industry, and that will be 81% of the duties that have been paid will be returned to the industry, to the entire industry across Canada. I also remind the honourable member that 90%, over 90% of the industry supports this deal. All of our major softwood lumber producing provinces support this deal. The member that he talked about from Beausejour, who sits on Trade Committee, all of the industry in his riding have asked him to support this deal, yet he's chosen to ignore it. I suggest it's just because they're bitter, because our government achieved something that they weren't able to achieve after 13 years.
Member for West Nova.
Mr. Speaker, this is preposterous. Hearing after hearing, tribunal after tribunal have found that the World Trade Organization, at NAFTA, have found that 100% of the duties belong to Canadian producers. And we're settling for getting 81% and leaving the interest there, and claims that there's 90% support. There's been forcing, extortion, boarding or extortion, forcing these people to sign on, saying that if they didn't, they would not get their money back. The bankers have billions of dollars in loan guarantees or loan extensions, lines of credit to these people. They're forcing them to sign on because they know they don't have the support of the Conservative government. The industry and the communities know they don't have the support. If they were supportive, they would have followed it through. They would have assisted the communities. They would have given loan guarantees. They would have assisted in the challenges at the international level and the American courts, so that we make sure that we protect our North American Free Trade Agreement for the benefits of all Canadians and for future sectors. In very few months, you'll see a round of bankruptcies that you could never have predicted because of the actions that this government has taken. It's inactions and it's sellout. It's sellout to the American sector, sellout of Canadian jobs.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's great to have the opportunity to speak on Bill C-24, the Softwood Lumber Products Export Charge Act 2006, that implements the Softwood Lumber Agreement between Canada and the United States. And this agreement is very important to people in my constituency and in Burnaby, BC, and to people all over British Columbia and all over Canada. So I'm very glad to be able to stand today to discuss it. The bottom line, Mr. Speaker, is that this is a bad deal. It's a bad deal for Burnaby, it's a bad deal for British Columbia, and it's a bad deal for Canada. Now, Mr. Speaker, we've heard in various corners of this House over the last few days various rationalizations of that bad deal. From the corner over here where the Bloc sits, we've heard that it's an imperfect deal. Well, Mr. Speaker, when I heard some of the members from the bloc speaking to this, I saw people who were bowed and who'd caved and who didn't feel comfortable about their own position. To say that it's imperfect is a huge understatement. Mr. Speaker, I heard from this corner, from the government corner, members from British Columbia who said that this was the best possible deal. Well, that falls short of saying it was a good deal, Mr. Speaker, but it also, again, belies real discomfort with the kind of legislation that we're dealing with. And it masks the fact that, in fact, it's a bad deal. It's a bad deal, plain and simple, and it's a sellout of Canada. Mr. Speaker, this deal came at a time when Canada was on the verge of winning after a long legal process, and we'd won every single step of the way, holding the Americans to agreements they signed with Canada. What could be more important than to stand up for those agreements that had our signatures and their signatures on them? The Tembec case, for instance, was subject to only one final appeal, and the Extraordinary Challenges Committee judgment would have come out in August, and we were in a position to win both of them. There was no question about that, Mr. Speaker. In fact, you don't have to believe me. You just need to listen to the testimony of the Canadian ambassador to Washington, Michael Wilson, who this summer pointed out before the Standing Committee on International Trade that there were no appeals on the Extraordinary Challenges Committee judgment, and there's no appeal on the Tembec case after the ruling in the current case. So rather than a victory, we have this deal. And I've heard it said in this corner of the House that this is the government snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. How does this represent Canada at all? We were winning every step of the way, and now we have this bad deal. And such a deal it is, Mr. Speaker. A key feature of this deal is that Canada has to give up $1 billion in illegally collected levies to the United States. All the way through the legal process, it was shown that these duties and levies were illegally collected. And now with this deal, we give that $1 billion to the United States. $1 billion that was collected from Canadian companies, causing them incredible hardship. And it's money that was also taken from Canadian workers, Canadian families, and Canadian communities. And BC communities have been extremely hard hit through all of this, Mr. Speaker. Why, when Canada was on the verge of victory, would the Conservatives sign off on the important principles at stake and give the Americans $1 billion to boot? We've lost the principle about the importance of our trade agreements with the United States. We've lost the principle about using the mechanisms that hold us to account on those agreements. We've lost the argument about protecting our softwood lumber industry, and we give them $1 billion to boot. We have to consider, too, how that money is going to be used. We know for a fact that $500 million of it, half of it, is going directly to the U.S. Coalition for Fair Lumber Imports. Now, who are they? They're the very people who initiated and pursued the attack on the Canadian softwood lumber industry. They initiated all of this in the first place, Mr. Speaker, and now we're giving them $500 million.
Shame.
We know they ran out of money, and now, thanks to the Conservatives, we're refilling their war chest, funding their litigation, and lobbying for years to come. And do we really think they won't use it? I mean, the question is when, not if they're going to use it. Will it take 2 years? Will it take 9 years? There's no question that they're going to use that money again against our industry. And given that tendency, which industry is next? Now that we've caved on softwood lumber, we know that other industries are in the sights of the Americans. What aspect of our trade policy will they attack next? What protectionist is planning an assault on another Canadian industry? Which of our natural resources will they seek to scoop up next? Well, I think some of us in this corner, Mr. Speaker, believe that the wheat board is the next thing that's in the sight of the Americans. And we know and we've heard from farmers all across Canada about the importance of the wheat board and the fact that they feel that it's the next thing in the sights of protectionist Americans. And we have to stand up and fight for the wheat board because it's brought stability and stable incomes to Canadian farmers. I must say, Mr. Speaker, that it's ironic that we sit here today discussing an agreement that would give U.S. lobbyists a $500 million fund for legal challenges to our industries 2 days after the Conservative government announced that they were cutting the Canadian Court Challenges program, a modest $5.6 million program that allowed the most vulnerable and disenfranchised in our society, that allowed disadvantaged Canadians and minority groups the ability to challenge decisions and policies of the Canadian government. We've seen in the past the importance of this for language rights in Canada, for equality rights, for the gay and lesbian community, for citizenship rights, and for other minority rights in Canada, and now the program's gone. Well, Mr. Speaker, it seems that the Conservatives can't help our own people ensure their place in Canadian society, but we can give 80 times the money that was in the Court Challenges program to the Americans who want to circumvent our trade agreements that they've signed with Canada, and when they want to ruin Canadian industry. The Conservatives cut Canada's human rights-related Court Challenges program, and they fund a new $500 million Court Challenges program for Americans to use against Canada.
Shame.
It's a shame. It doesn't make sense, Mr. Speaker, and if for no other reason, this bill should not be supported on that basis. But let's look at the other $500 million that the Conservatives are allowing the Americans to keep. Where does it go? It goes directly to the White House for the use of President Bush. Now, the official agreement says that this money will be used for, and I quote, educational and charitable causes in timber-reliant communities, initiatives related to low-income housing and disaster relief, and educational and public interest projects addressing forest management issues. Sounds great, doesn't it? But let's hear what Frances Russell said about this $450 million in the Winnipeg Free Press. She says, quote, fully $450 million of the $1.3 billion in illegal duties the Americans will get to keep will grease re-election wheels for protectionist Republicans facing tough fights in upcoming midterm congressional elections. Canada's timber industry will thus be forced to subsidize an ongoing illicit attack on itself, all with the consent of the Canadian government. Well, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives may consent to this, the Bloc may consent to this, but New Democrats will not. American negotiators have taken care of American workers. Let's say that even if the $450 million was used in a completely altruistic fashion and went as the agreement indicates, where is the support for Canadian companies, for Canadian workers, for Canadian communities devastated by this agreement? It's not to be found in this deal, Mr. Speaker. There's $4 billion coming back to Canada, but there's no requirement for reinvestment in Canadian communities, for reinvestment in the Canadian industry. And there's a fear that much of that money will go to fund investment by those same companies in investment in the United States. Well, Mr. Speaker, that's not acceptable either. Even the Bloc, who are concerned about the displacement of workers because of this crisis, are left to raise over and over again, pleading with the Conservatives to announce something that will assist them because it just isn't in the deal. I don't think you need a second reason to vote against this, Mr. Speaker, but there it is. Mr. Speaker, on 2 days ago I was in the House to hear my colleague, the member from New Westminster Burnaby, and our representative on the International Trade Committee to speak to this issue. And he outlined many of the key problems with this deal. And they include that the U.S. only has to allege noncompliance with Canada to get out of the deal. In Clause 10, the imposition of a 15% export tax as of October the 1st that amounts to double taxation, above and beyond current anti-dumping and countervailing duties. In Clause 18, a new special punitive tax, originally designed to hit those companies who are standing up for Canadian rights and responsibilities under NAFTA and who will choose to continue litigation. But now everybody faces that tax, and when added to the export development charge, all companies will end up paying 37%, and they'll have to pay up front. In Clause 48, which imposes a 6-year burden of record-keeping on companies, increasing their administrative burdens. In Clause 77, warrants are no longer needed to enter softwood businesses when issues of enforcement of the Act are pursued. These are harsh measures, Mr. Speaker, against companies, and I think violate fundamental rights. In Clause 89, it's a blank check to the minister to demand payment from companies with no appeal mechanism. So what happens, Mr. Speaker, in the event of a calculation problem? Too bad, there's no appeal. In Clause 95, directors of companies will now individually responsible, and there's no appeal process. Mr. Speaker, it goes on and on and on. And let me just finish, Mr. Speaker, by giving the final word to the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister said in this House on October 24, 2005, most recently, the NAFTA Extraordinary Challenges Panel ruled that there was no basis for these duties, but the United States has so far refused to accept the outcome and has asked Canada to negotiate a further settlement. Let me repeat what I've said before, and let me be as clear as I can. This is not a time for negotiation. It's a time for compliance. Well, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, at the time, we thought he meant the Americans had to comply with the court decisions. And unfortunately, it appears that he really meant that Canadians had to comply with the whims of the American industry and the whims of American protectionists. Mr. Speaker, it's just not acceptable. It's a bad deal. We must vote against this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable, the Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, AU.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague for Burnaby Douglas, and I seem to have understood that some Bloc members were not very comfortable with the support they were giving to this bill. So I'd like to clarify our position. We're not uncomfortable. We know that it's a bad agreement, but the forestry companies in British Columbia need to sell their lumber, and in Quebec, if the current government and previous government refused to help this industry and these businesses to survive during the negotiations and during the litigation while awaiting a final decision, they refused to help these businesses. They refused to give them loan guarantees. And had it not been for that fact, it might have been possible for companies in Quebec, British Columbia, or Ontario to remain afloat and confront the American government and American lobbyists to finally win this litigation. But there's a possibility whereby this agreement won't necessarily last the 7 years, because any party could put an end to this agreement, including British Columbia. This is our opinion. We feel that if once British Columbia has sold off all its lumber, could it turn around and ask for the deal to be reopened? And could we perhaps find ourselves once again in lengthy negotiations? Perhaps a future government will have to look into this possibility, and they might finish it once and for all.
And I want to thank my colleague for his question. You know, Mr. Speaker, I think it's been really difficult listening to folks from the Bloc as they struggle to articulate their position on this important legislation, because I do think that they're embarrassed about the position that they've had to take. They feel backed into a corner, like Conservatives, like the companies often have felt, that they didn't have any choice around this legislation. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm used to hearing something a little more principled and something a little more demanding from that corner of the House. It's not like people in that corner of the House to give up on important principles so easily, and I think that's what's happened, especially when we were on the verge of winning this case, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, also, Mr. Speaker, it's clear that in this agreement, provinces lose sovereignty over establishing their own provincial forestry policies. It's very clear that the United States will have to be will have the opportunity to vet any changes in provincial forestry policies. Now, how that could be acceptable to members from the Bloc Québécois, given their position about the sovereignty of Quebec, is beyond me, Mr. Speaker. It's not acceptable to me, coming from British Columbia, as a member from British Columbia. I think Steve Hunt, one of the Western Canadian director of the United Steelworkers, said it very clearly, Mr. Speaker, when he said, this deal doesn't need tweaking, it needs a complete rewrite. It's part of a sellout strategy. If this is what talks between President Bush and Prime Minister Harper have achieved, then we'd prefer continued litigation rather than a softwood lumber agreement that might only last a few years and gives up provincial sovereignty over forest policy. I mean, Mr. Speaker, it's not acceptable to the steelworkers. It's not acceptable to the forestry workers of British Columbia.
The Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just listening to my colleague and actually to my Liberal colleague who spoke earlier, and I simply do not understand their position. I'm on the International Trade Committee. I worked with the committee throughout the summer. I heard the testimony from witnesses.
I read their testimonies, and I can tell you that softwood lumber companies are in favor of this agreement, overwhelmingly so. 90% of our industry is in favor of this. But there's more. The premiers of the key softwood lumber producing provinces are also in favor of this softwood lumber agreement. In fact, the premier from this member's province is in favor of it, and he has asked, actually almost begged, this member to support the softwood lumber agreement to help the forestry workers and to help the lumber industry in British Columbia. So this is my question to my colleague is, I'd like to know what he's saying to these softwood lumber companies that are in fact endorsing the agreement. And I wonder how it is that what is the message that he's giving them? That he happens to know better what is good for them, better than themselves, who are in fact in this industry?
The honourable member for Burnaby Douglas, very briefly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the member says that we don't understand this deal, and Mr. Speaker, he'll never understand the importance of this deal and the problems of this deal, and the fact that many Canadians think this is a bad deal, because he's not going to be traveling with the committee across the country to hear testimony from Canadians on this issue. You know, the committee back in the summer decided to visit the Saguenay, to visit Thunder Bay, and to visit Vancouver to hear from Canadians, to hear from companies about this deal. And they agreed to set up that kind of tour to do that. And then yesterday, on motion from two Liberal members, the member from Welland and the member from Sydney Victoria, they reopened that, revisited that decision, and cancelled those hearings. Well, Mr. Speaker, that's unacceptable. Canadians must have the chance to express their views on this important agreement, and thanks to members like the one who asked me the question, they're not going to get that opportunity. That's not appropriate, Mr. Speaker.
Good point.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Welland.
Mr. Speaker, the current dispute on the softwood lumber has existed for nearly 20 years and is clearly the most important trade issue between Canada and the United States. It is commonly known as Lumber Dispute 4. The issue centered on what is called stumpage fees, the amount charged by the Canadian government to lumber companies to harvest timber from public land. The U.S. lumber industry claimed that the stumpage fees were too low, thereby amounting to unfair trade subsidies. In 2001, the U.S. government responded by imposing duties on Canadian softwood lumber entering that country. And to date, these duties illegally collected from our forestry sector have amounted to over $5.4 billion. The Washington-based Coalition for Fair Lumber Imports further claimed that Canadian firms were dumping product into markets at less than fair value. Until the Conservatives came to power, the Government of Canada consistently and continually defended our forestry management regime, denying that it is subsidizing the lumber industry or that softwood lumber is being dumped into the U.S. The issues have been litigated 7 different times through the U.S. courts and in NAFTA and WTO trade panels, and Canada has won all 7 decisions. These decisions favorable to Canada mean that we are not guilty of subsidizing, we are not harming the U.S. industry, and we are not dumping. Let us think back to January 2006 election campaign and the Conservative promise to demand that the U.S. government play by the rules on softwood lumber, repeal the Byrd Amendment, and return more than $5 billion in illegal softwood lumber tariffs to Canadian producers. Now, let us move forward a mere 3 months to April 2006, when the Prime Minister announced with great fanfare that he reached an agreement on the softwood lumber issue. Although the details were missing, it was readily apparent that the Conservatives had broken their campaign promise to the lumber producers and to Canadians. With the proposed agreement, the Conservative government has abandoned the Canadian position and has thrown away all the precedent-setting decisions favorable to Canada. This will negatively impact future disputes in the softwood industry when we become engaged in Lumber Dispute 5, which I have no doubt will come in the not-too-distant future. The implications reach beyond the softwood lumber trade to all trade sectors with the U.S. Mr. Speaker, the credibility and integrity of the dispute resolution process of NAFTA as a series of rulings based on trade provisions have effectively been washed away. The dispute settlement chapter of NAFTA, Chapter 19, just went out the window. So much for the rule of law, so much for justice, so much for fair play, let alone free trade. The Conservatives should hang their heads in shame for this sellout. Not only has the Conservative government acquiesced into a settlement adverse to our forest industry, they have undercut Canada's rule-based trading relationship with the U.S., which will now encourage other U.S. sectors to ignore trade rules
and instead seek political decisions in their favor, which will lead to more trade uncertainty. And for what? For 24 months of trade peace in the softwood industry. 2 short years. Yes, Mr. Speaker, the members opposite have chortled that it is a 7-year agreement with an option for 2 more years. However, the devil is in the details. They want Canadians to overlook the escape clause that allows either party to get out after 24 months. Oh yes, there is a stipulation that no retaliatory action can take place for 1 further year after this. But does this Conservative government really think that a government or forestry industry that refuses to respect the decisions in 7 separate trade disputes will respect these provisions? Not likely. 24 months, 2 years, Mr. Speaker, you be the judge. No, Mr. Speaker, the Canadian people will be the judge in the next election. And what about the $5.4 billion of illegal tariffs that have been collected from our lumber companies? Well, $1 billion, or nearly 80% of these illegal tariffs, will be left on the U.S. table instead of being returned to their rightful owners in the Canadian forestry industry. The ultimate insult is that $500 million of this will go to the Coalition for U.S. Lumber Imports, the very organization that has led the charge against our softwood industries, the very lobby group that started this trade war. It's a sweet deal for them. Effectively, we reimburse them for their legal fees and expenses, even though they have consistently lost their decisions, and we also provide them with a slush fund for future legal and political attacks to fight softwood lumber 5. Sweet deal indeed, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are a generous and accommodating people, but this is simply ludicrous. This is simply incomprehensible. And a further sum of $450 million will go not to the U.S. Treasury, but to the U.S. administration for yet unnamed meritorious initiatives. What does this mean? Well, I heard one trade lawyer at committee speculate that it will go to buildings and bridges and other goodies offered in a U.S. election year. Now, is that preposterous, Mr. Speaker? Perhaps not. I tell you what it is. It is simply ludicrous and simply incomprehensible. Canada should not be interfering in U.S. elections. The whole issue confirms that the U.S. is a trade bully, that they are prepared to play by the rules only when they feel like it and when it is to their advantage. But, Mr. Speaker, there is another bully in this game, the Conservative government and its Prime Minister. Members opposite will say the majority of the forestry industry have agreed to this agreement, so why all the fuss? The reality is that no one in the forestry industry claims that this is a good deal. But the industry is on the ropes, keeping in mind flagging lumber prices, a rising dollar, and soaring energy costs, in addition to 5 years of illegal duties, which realistically represents their profits. They can't afford to fight any longer. An 80% dollar is better than bankruptcy in anyone's eyes. And keeping in mind the Prime Minister's ultimatum to accept the deal, or the reluctant lumber companies are on their own in any subsequent legal battles. And by the way, the government is withdrawing the loan guarantees provided by the previous Liberal government. Loan guarantees that have kept our lumber companies afloat financially while they reclaim 100% of their money through the legal process. The lumber industry has been subjected to tremendous pressures, with ministers phoning large companies and MPs phoning small mills with a consistent and blunt message: take it or leave it. Take it or else. And if this wasn't enough, the Conservative bullies have imposed a 19% levy on all refunded duties deposits on any holdout companies. When faced with such punishment from their own government, it is no wonder that the majority of the forestry industries are prepared to sign on to this agreement. They have no choice but to give in to such objectionable tactics. And where do we go from here, Mr. Speaker? As I understand it, the illegal 10.8% combined anti-dumping and countervailing duties leveled by the U.S. will be replaced at current price levels by a 15% Canadian export tax. Can you believe it? The export tax is higher than the current U.S. duties under today's market prices. The system is designed to protect U.S. producers from Canadian lumber exports at times of low market prices, when American mills are least able to compete. Are you baffled by the Conservative squeals of delight that this is a great deal for Canada? So am I, Mr. Speaker, and so are Canadians. Mr. Speaker, the deal would also cap the Canadian exports at 34% of the U.S. lumber market. Now, our producers have a quota when there was none before. This will effectively prevent any Canadian growth in the U.S. markets. Our very efficient Canadian sawmills, who have kept up with technological improvements, cannot reap the reward of being on top of their game. So much for free trade. The Conservative Southwood lumber deal will have a negative impact on industry which will also impact some of the over 55,000 workers in that industry, as well as the resource-based communities in which they live. Who is going to stand up for the nation's forestry workers and these communities? Mr. Speaker, there's much to criticize in the proposed softwood lumber agreement. The Liberal Party's role is also to offer alternatives. Our commitment to the softwood lumber industry in the supplementary aid package would have included $200 million over 2 years to enhance the forestry industry's competitive position, improving its environmental performance and taking advantage of the growing bioeconomy. $40 million over 2 years to improve the overall performance of the National Forest Innovation System. $30 million over 2 years to improve the competitiveness of the workforce, promote upgrading of workplace skills, and provide assistance to older workers impacted by forest industry layoffs. $100 million over 2 years to support economic diversification and capacity building in communities affected by job losses in the forestry industry. $30 million over 2 years to develop new markets for Canadian wood products, and $200 million over 2 years to fight the spread of the pine beetle in BC forests. Notwithstanding strong concerns from the softwood lumber industry, provincial governments, forest sector workers, and resource-based communities, this government has rushed into this agreement solely for their own political interests and not for those interests of those adversely impacted by this agreement. This is why I will be supporting the amendment put forth by the member for Rose-Saint-Jean to eliminate the punitive tax measures imposed by the bill, as well as a sub-amendment opposed by the member from Burnaby, New Westminster. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to the Honourable Member, and much of his speech was very inaccurate. In fact, I can come right out and say it's not true. But part of what he did say, he actually acknowledged what we on this side of the House have known and what that side of the House should know, because this dispute has gone on for 24 years. He acknowledged that the United States and the Lumber Coalition will never stop with litigation. In fact, they have told us that without this deal, that they will launch another lawsuit that can go on forever and ever. But with this deal, we have security. We have 7 to 9 years with absolutely no litigation. We have the return of the duties. 81% of the duties returned to the entire industry. I also wanted to comment that he was talking about NAFTA. He was at committee. He heard Gordon Ritchie come in and tell us that the United States never intended softwood lumber to be under NAFTA, and perhaps that is why we've had this dispute for so long. So now we have an agreement, and within this agreement, of course, there's a dispute mechanism that takes it out of U.S. trial law and brings it into international law, which will benefit the industry. We also will work on a binational council for the next 7 to 9 years to build trust, to build a stronger North American softwood lumber industry. And one quick question. Now, we know that the NDP, when they had their opportunity to do the Liberal NDP budget and they were negotiating with the former Prime Minister, can you please let us know, did the NDP actually ask to have anything done on the softwood lumber file?
On a point of order, I might just remind the Parliamentary Secretary that you can't ask members questions directly in the second person. She has to ask the member through the chair. The Honourable member from
With respect to the last part of her question, I am not privy to what the negotiations, if any, between the principals of our party, the Liberal Party, and the NDP. The member opposite talks about trust. How can you trust a government or a forestry regime that have no regard for trust? 7 decisions in Canada's favor, they ignore them. They got no respect for the rule of law. Okay? So why would we trust them otherwise? We have security. We have security for 24 months. Not 7 years, not 9 months, 24 months. Can you guarantee me? Well, perhaps I shouldn't be asking questions, Mr. Speaker, but could the member opposite, I wonder if she would be going the line as guaranteeing that this agreement would last 7 years or 9 years. All we got a guarantee for is 24 months. And then 20% of Canadian dollars of our forestry industry are left in the United States. $500 million for the very lobby group that started this whole schmozzle. Another $450 million for some meritorious initiatives. Canadian dollars in the United States doing wonderful things. Should we be involved in the United States when there's so many burning issues in Canada? And should the lumber industry, are they there to sort of subsidize what is going on in the United States and making improvements to their country? I think not, Mr. Speaker. I think not.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver Island North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I listened carefully to the remarks of the member opposite, and I have to say he stole some of the words right out of my speech. I think we tend to agree on you know, how baffling it is that anyone would support this deal, and how hard it is for us to explain to people in our ridings how this is a good deal when we all know that it isn't. And you know, I talked at great length about how it has affected adversely the mills and the logging industry in my community. But I have to ask the member, because I'm baffled. What really is baffling to me is how this member could have put a stop to the hearings in Ontario when we hear that he disagrees with this softwood deal.
Well, Member for Welland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Certainly, we on this side of the House perceive ourselves as a constructive opposition, and we take initiatives and make decisions based on that constructive word. And in fact, hearings on the softwood lumber industry continued through the spring, into July, and into August. Unfortunately, there was a rudimentary agreement initialed by Mr. Harper or whatever in April, which was followed by, flushed out by a black and white...
Order. The Honourable Member from Welland knows that he shouldn't be referring to the Prime Minister by name. If he wants to talk about the Prime Minister, that's what the words Prime Minister are for.
Speaker, the Prime Minister. In any event, an agreement, and a full agreement was signed between our respective countries, the United States and Canada, and in effect, as far as I was concerned, was it reasonable to continue with hearings on that agreement when in fact it was a done deal, was signed, it was finished? Certainly now we have a new act that respects or imposes export duties, and it's appropriate that we do debate that, and in fact we may hear from some of the same people. But in fact, dealing with that agreement, it's over. And to waste money to travel across to Quebec, to BC, to Ontario on the agreement would not be appropriate. It is appropriate to consider such initiatives possibly as we continue the debate on this act, which I assume will go to committee at second reading stage, after second reading stage.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. Mr. Speaker, the riding of Saint-Maurice-Champlain, which I represent in this House, is particularly concerned by the softwood lumber conflict, which has been going on for years. This affects the economy in a number of municipalities in my riding, from La Tuque to Trois-Rives, Saint-Roch, Saint-Joseph-de-Métienne, Saint-Ec, Notre-Dame-de-Montbas, Saint-Séverin, Saint-Adelphe. These are towns where there are forestry companies. That's how important C-24 is. It will have an effect on the futures of those tens of thousands of workers and families in those towns, and their futures will depend on decisions we make here in the House. Given the great importance of the issue, I decided to do my own consultations in July and August. I consulted various businesses affected by the July deal entered into by Canada and the U.S., like Abitibi Consolidated, Shermac, Gérard Crête and Sons, Mabec. All these companies were consulted, and a number of findings flowed from those consultations. First of all, companies are very weakened by the countervailing duties imposed by the United States. Secondly, there was insufficient support from the federal government. I'm talking about the previous Liberal government and the current Conservative government. There's been no support despite all the promises that were made. And what weakens these companies, that lack of support weakens them further. Now, if there had been loan guarantees, maybe some of that could have been avoided. Fourth, the court decisions. The people in the U.S. seem to think that every time they lost, the Americans could just disregard the decision and take it to another level. And even though the Canadians won every time, it never got them anywhere. For this reason, a number of lawyers for those companies didn't want those companies to accept the agreement. But at the same time, and we're saying this very clearly, the bankers of those same companies said, look, you have to settle because you're in a perilous situation financially. It's urgent to get back the monies you've paid in countervailing duties, even if it's only 81% of what you paid out. For all those reasons, and despite the fact that all the companies I consulted say it's not necessarily a good deal, and they know that, and I'll come back to that later, but they're still asking for us to vote in favor because they're in a stranglehold. Any further delay could lead to further bankruptcies and further job loss in the very near future. So given all of that, Mr. Speaker, I'll be voting in favor of this bill. But that doesn't prevent me from pointing out once again that the choice of those companies might have been quite different if the Conservative and Liberal governments had supported them as they should have done when it was time to support them. Then maybe the fight would have been on a level playing field. Quebec and Canadian companies weren't fighting alone. That way they wouldn't have been fighting alone. In Quebec, and not just in the Mauricie, but in other areas, the findings are the same all over. The Quebec industry is reluctantly agreeing to this deal because they have they've run out of ways to defend themselves. This conflict has made a number of parts of Quebec very weak and vulnerable. A number of businesses have gone under, closed up operations. Thousands of jobs have been lost. And human drama has resulted. And this could have been avoided if only there had been government loan guarantees, if those promises had been kept. So the industry is accepting this deal reluctantly. They feel they have no choice because for a number of those companies, they can't wait any longer. They're not happy to leave so much money on the table in the U.S. coffers, in the Bush coffers. They're hardly happy about this, but the industry's been going through so many problems. There's a lack of support for R&D, for workers, for new equipment acquisition. And because the deal won't solve all problems, the federal government is going to have to commit to other measures to attenuate the negative impact of the conflict, the softwood lumber conflict in Quebec. The Bloc has proposed a number of such steps to that end, Mr. Speaker, including a POA program, a program for income support for older workers, an economic diversification program for communities that rely heavily on forestry, an enhancement of the Canadian Model Forest Program, special tax status for owners of private woodlots in Quebec, special tax treatment for the $4.3 billion in anti-dumping and countervailing duties that will be refunded in order to reflect the harm done to those companies by the tax system, an increased accelerated capital cost allowance for equipment, programs to boost productivity, marketing programs, financial compensation to maintain the forestry network. It's important for these other steps to be taken this fall, Mr. Speaker. Another important factor to consider with respect to C-24 is the monitoring of export quotas. For the time being, the system is far too strict. The deal provides for transfers limited to 2 consecutive months only, transfers of unused quotas. But given that the industry is cyclical, this agreement in no way meets the needs for flexibility that both industry and consumers need. So the rigidity of the deal should be dealt with, should be loosened up. In response to my colleague from Joliette, they said that there was no rigid limits on export. This is an additional issue that further weakens the industry. In only 18 months, the agreement can be cancelled, and it might help the industry in the short to medium term, but it's like on life support. The government has basically given up because last spring they were talking about a 5-year firm agreement. In addition, this is a theoretical agreement because it will only apply if all pending litigation is dropped. But if current litigation under Article 11 of the WTO is not withdrawn, it won't go ahead, even if the bill is passed. If it happens that way, the government will have to very quickly set up a loan guarantee program as they promised in the past. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, I would point out that I will be voting in favor of the bill, not because C-24 embodies a good trade deal. In fact, it's quite the opposite in many respects. But I'll only be voting in favor of this because workers from Saint-Maurice-Champlain and the businesses that hire them can no longer afford to wait. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I certainly do understand the Member of Parliament being here to represent specifically the interests of his constituents. Mr. Speaker, governing is a tough job. And governing is not just short-term decision-making, it is decision-making for the long term. And one of the problems, Mr. Speaker, we have to deal with is that this deal is a short-term deal. It doesn't guarantee, Mr. Speaker, long-term stability in the softwood industry. Mr. Speaker, we heard today and yesterday about the mean-spiritedness of this government, the bullying tactics that they use, the fact that the trade minister had told the lumber industry, accept this deal or we're going to abandon you. We're going to put penalties on you and sanctions on you, and we're going to berate you until you get on side, or else we're going to make it really difficult for you. This is mean-spiritedness. And the member, I think, will understand that. He will accept that. He has to fight for the well-being of the industries in his riding. But, Mr. Speaker, he also, I think, should consider the longer term, given that the government can and should continue to support the softwood lumber industry with loan guarantees and other assistance while we get this matter sorted out, a matter in which the Conservative minority government made a real mess up.
The honourable member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. Mr. Speaker, I'm well aware, my colleague reminded me, that we need to take into account not just people in our ridings. We don't just represent them, and we have to consider that it's a long-term agreement. Well, I was saying that I consulted companies in my riding, but I also did the same with all companies in Quebec. And the answers that I got in my riding were that it was a bad deal, but they hoped I would vote for it. And at the same time, the Bloc Québécois did its own consultations Quebec-wide and got the same answers. So that's what I was saying. As for stability, there's one huge company that answered, yes, it's true, this isn't the best possible deal. We won't have the promised stability for 7 years, and I agree. That's what was said in the spring, that the agreement would be a trade deal for 7 years, guaranteed. But at the same time, they said to me, it's not, 3 years isn't really a long time, but it's enough to allow us to reinvest, even if it's not a long period of time. So, yes, I'm taking the interests of my voters into account, but also those of all Quebecers in areas where there are businesses working in softwood exports. Any other questions or comments? The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. I'm from a riding where there are a number of sawmills, and Mr. Speaker, on the whole, people are extremely satisfied with the deal. Yes, of course we can speculate. Obviously, there are people on the other side, the Liberals, who did nothing for 13 years, and now they're claiming that the sawmills are having serious problems. And on the Bloc Québécois side, they're speculating this could have been done, that could have been done. Well, that's to be expected. This is a settlement, an out-of-court settlement. The government tried to do the best it could. Mr. Chevrette admitted himself that certain points, certain gains were made. And it would be very dangerous. In a procedure like this, everything was on the table, so I really don't understand my colleague's intervention. The Honourable Member for St. Maurice Champlain. Look, businesses on the whole, when you say they were very satisfied, the member for Mégantic-l'Érable said that companies in his riding were very satisfied. I don't agree. That's not what we were told in Quebec. That's not what I was told in my riding. Companies told us they were extremely disappointed, but they were at the end of their tether. They had no choice. And when a CEO says to me, we've won all of our court cases, there are some that say, let's keep fighting in court. But on the other hand, you get another voice saying, look, we have no choice. We're at the end of our rope. And that's the two governments that have created that situation, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint Boniface.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased today to speak on Bill C-24, better known as the softwood lumber deal. I have to say, Mr. Speaker, that from day one, this deal did not feel right to me. From the day the Prime Minister walked into the House in a huff to announce the agreement, and then soon after when we saw the incredibly negative industry reaction when all the details were finally exposed. It was, in my opinion, politically motivated. Our new Prime Minister of Canada's new government was so anxious to reach a deal at any cost that he was prepared to sacrifice the industry in the process. In his obsession to appear decisive, the Prime Minister seemed prepared to sacrifice one of our most important industries, not to mention the long-term viability of the free trade agreement. NAFTA and WTO judgments had clearly indicated that our industry was not subsidized, and therefore there was no reason to capitulate on this very important principle. In fact, most experts felt that the U.S. would have exhausted all appeals within a one-year period. What message does this give other Canadian industries involved in disputes under the free trade agreement? And even worse, what message does it give to the U.S.? Although we are winning decision upon decision on this issue at all levels, the Prime Minister still caved in and essentially sold out the softwood industry. Mr. Speaker, as you can imagine, the softwood sector is a very competitive sector, and $1 billion that this new government has taken from them and surrendered to their U.S. competitors is going to create long-term hardships beyond belief. I was listening to a Conservative colleague yesterday speaking to the fact that once they return the $4 billion illegally taken from the industry, many of them will be able to reinvest these sums in their businesses. They will be able to buy new equipment and expand for the future. My understanding is that most of the smaller softwood producers are going through extremely difficult times, and expansion is the furthest thing from their minds. What bothers me, Mr. Speaker, given the reality of the situation, is the $1 billion that these companies will never see, and the lost opportunities for these companies to use this money, their money, to reinvest and modernize their facilities and improve their competitiveness in the world market. $1 billion left on the table, wasted in this most competitive of markets. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm not even talking about the interest on these funds, and I have not heard any answers from our Conservative colleagues on what happened to the interest. From my experience here, it's still a mystery. Secondly, and even sadder, Mr. Speaker, is that $500 million of these funds will go to their direct competitors to continue the harassment of our Canadian softwood businesses. It's a terrible precedent to have set, and it opens up the door to other bad decisions in other sectors, and the Americans, who have always tested our mettle on these issues to see what we're made of, now know that this government will abandon their industries when the going gets tough. And, Mr. Speaker, don't take my word for it. As you might know, northern Manitoba has a substantial softwood lumber industry. And Chris Parlow, who is the president of the United Steelworkers, Local 1-324, in fact denounced the agreement with the U.S., stating, and I quote, "Harper has done nothing in this effort to meet with Canadian workers and hear us. What do we have for all our wins at NAFTA, WTO, the U.S. Court of International Trade? We have won every stage of this dispute, only to have the U.S. say they won't recognize the rulings," end of quote. And speaking of not supporting our softwood industry, yesterday during debate, I heard another Conservative member of Parliament say that we got the best deal possible. Well, there's one element that he forgot to mention, and that is that this new government did not offer a temporary aid package as was provided by the past Liberal government. This aid package, which included $900 million in loan guarantees, was essential in allowing our local softwood businesses to survive in the interim. We were also committed to $600 million of adjustment measures, and I think it's important to explain what these funds were, since it had been done in close collaboration with industry representatives and focused on their most basic needs. And frankly, Mr. Speaker, we still feel these measures would be necessary under any circumstances, even if this flawed deal is passed. And I know my colleague a few minutes ago enumerated these measures, but I do think they're important enough to repeat. I think it's an important part of what we had proposed, and it would have allowed the industry to survive on a temporary basis until we got the final decisions from the courts. We had committed to, Mr. Speaker, $200 million over 2 years to enhance the forest industry's competitive position, improve its environmental performance, and take advantage of the growing bioeconomy. We were proposing $40 million over 2 years to improve the overall performance of the National Forest Innovation System, $30 million over 2 years to improve competitiveness of the workforce, promote upgrading of workforce skills, and provide assistance to older workers impacted by forestry industry layoffs. $100 million over 2 years to support economic diversification and capacity building in communities affected by job losses in the forest industry. $30 million over 2 years to develop new markets for Canadian wood products, and $200 million over 2 years to fight the spread of the pine beetle in BC forests. And we see, Mr. Speaker, that to add insult to injury, Canada's new government just cut funding to the pine beetle program. If you have been through this area of BC in the last little while, you could not understand this type of logic. This financial package was intended to carry the industry through while the appeals moved forward. The previous government and industry stakeholders seemed very confident that the final decisions would favor the Canadian softwood industry, and the fact that the Conservatives would not even provide the industry with the option of a temporary aid package is very sad indeed. Without this option, the industry was forced to capitulate and take the deal, even if they considered it totally unacceptable. If the Conservatives were so confident, as they seem to be today, that this is such a great deal, why didn't they offer a similar package and allow the stakeholders to decide on whether or not they wish to take the financial package and wait for a final decision by the panels, or take the deal that leaves over $1 billion on the American table? It seems to me this oxygen should have been provided to the industry by the new government, but no, it was take it or leave it, and it's quite obvious that the bulk of Canadian businesses accepted the deal while holding their collective noses. Mr. Speaker, it's wrong, it's a bad deal, it sets a terrible precedent, and it leaves over $1 billion in American hands to better compete with our softwood industry, and even worse, to provide the U.S. softwood lobby a huge amount of money to undermine one of the most vital sectors in our country. So for all these reasons, Mr. Speaker, I cannot in good conscience support this deal. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Honourable Member for Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Speaker, I have to ask the member opposite a question regarding the hearings that were supposed to go forward, and I just heard from his honourable colleague that that he felt that it was a waste of time. And I just wonder if the member agrees with his colleague that hearing from Canadians on the devastation and the negative impacts of this softwood lumber deal is a waste of time.
Honourable Deputy to Saint Boniface.
Honourable Member for Saint Boniface.
I can say that consulting Canadians is never a waste of time. In my experience, it's been one of the successes of this party here. If anybody is known for being in touch with Canadians, it is this Liberal Party. With regards to the hearings, I know my colleague was saying that it wasn't maybe it wasn't appropriate at the time. All I can say is that we have consulted the industry and ended up with a $600 million package that was focused exactly at what they needed. So if we're talking about consultation with the industry, we have in fact done it. This $600 million package addressed their needs precisely. So I would think that, in fact, if anybody has consulted the industry, it is us. And the fact that the Conservative government would not even offer this option to them in the meantime, in the interim, until they probably came to a successful conclusion within a one-year period is totally unacceptable.
Any questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I heard the honourable member talk about litigation and how we're just on the verge of course, winning one more case, and then all of a sudden it's all going to be fine and dandy, that we're going to have a great relationship with the United States and the softwood lumber industry will flourish. Nothing could be further from the truth. This has gone on for 24 years, this last lawsuit, 5 years alone. And without this deal, it has been said to us very clearly by the U.S. Lumber Coalition, it's not going to end. Without this deal, there will be more litigation after litigation. It will go on forever. Our industry is at a state, because of the lack of support from the previous Liberal government for 13 years. They didn't do loan guarantees. They did nothing for the industry. They were content with 100% of nothing for them. They are just trying to hold their head above water right now. It's this Prime Minister and this Minister of International Trade who secured a by far better deal than anything the previous Liberal government had on the table. And we know that because our minister used to be theirs and now he's here, and because of the leadership of our Prime Minister was able to secure a deal to help the industry survive. So the honourable member is not being truthful in some of his comments. But I did ask one of his colleagues earlier if he could let us know if he has any insight, because I can recall when we had the Liberal NDP budget, the NDP could basically ask for anything that they wanted, anything that was of most importance to them. And I don't think they asked for anything for the softwood lumber industry then, so shame on them.
The Honourable Member for St. Boniface.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if this is an opposition member speaking or the cheering section for the Prime Minister, but I'm not even sure there was a question there. But I'd like to say that if there is absolutely no possibility of reaching a deal in a reasonable amount of time, why would you then sign a deal with these people that you don't trust, in fact? You don't think would honor any agreement. So why do you feel that today you say you've signed, the honourable member says that they've signed a long-term deal with these people, when in fact we all know that there's a clause after 2 years, and that probably that the odds are very, very good that the industry will once again not honor their obligations and probably break their deal with the Canadian industry. So my feeling is that they have surrendered. They have surrendered this package to the Americans. It doesn't surprise me, Mr. Speaker, because in fact, when you think about it, everything else that they're doing in every other policy statement is very, very close to what Mr. Bush is proposing. So it doesn't surprise me one bit that these people would, in fact, collaborate with the U.S. on this deal. The fact is that most experts do say that we were very, very close to a resolution. We were probably a year away from a resolution. But what was missing, as I said before, was a package to tide over the industry for another year or so. And this has been repeated all over the place. And as a matter of fact, when I listen to my colleagues from the Bloc Québécois who have approved the deal, they are doing it with a certain reticence. There's no doubt about that. They don't believe that the industry is well served with this deal. I believe they also believe, like us, that the industry was forced into it under enormous pressure because of the fiscal needs of the industry in Canada here.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today as the member of Surrey North to talk about what this agreement means to my riding. Most people tend to think of softwood lumber agreement as being really more of interest to an interior area or a coastal area, but I live in an urban area, and I know that within my constituency in Surrey and within all of Surrey, there are many, many, many IWA or steel IWA workers who are currently out of work, and there are more that will be out of work. These are people who spent their lives working in the forest industry, working in mills, and they are now losing their homes. They're having to move their children to a different school. Their self-respect as a worker has been destroyed, and their lives have been irrevocably changed. Mr. Speaker, this agreement will not in any way help the people who are living in Surrey North or in Surrey in general. We do not have one mill, not one mill, left on the Fraser River, all the way from New Westminster, Surrey, up the coast. The last mill closed about, I think, 6 months ago, a little longer than that perhaps. The very last mill, the end of an era. And when this agreement, not this agreement, but when these negotiations began, there was some hope in those displaced workers, or those workers about to be displaced, that perhaps, just perhaps, this would make a difference for them. But this has not. The $1 billion that has been left on the table like monopoly money is of no benefit to these workers at all. And the fact that the public has been given no opportunity whatsoever, I'm sure that I know that the industries, the forest industries, have been consulted or pushed or strongly encouraged to support a deal that they don't really want to support, but they have no choice. But if you were to talk to workers, if we were to actually go out and do some consultation with the other people who are affected by the softwood industry, we would see something very different. We would hear something very different. The $1 billion that has been left on the table, what should be happening to that? 55% of all the wood in Canada is actually in British Columbia. So BC makes up 55% of the forest industry in this country. So in British Columbia, this is not just a small piece of an overall job base, revenue base, natural resource base. 55% of the wood in Canada is in British Columbia. Now, this money that will come back, should this agreement be ratified, well, and has been signed, but should the money that will come back to British Columbia, as an example, goes into government revenue. How does that help displaced workers? It does not. And many of these workers are not young workers for whom a change in career would be an easy one. Many of these workers are 45, 50, 55. This money should be targeted to mitigation. It should be targeted towards job retraining. It should be targeted to help those communities that will be absolutely and have been absolutely devastated economically by what we have already seen in the forest industry. I mean, the fact that we cut down logs in British Columbia and then we export raw logs to other places to have a product made. Surely the money coming back should be targeted towards value-added industry. And people are beginning, I shouldn't say beginning, but growing the value-added industry part. But surely some of that money should be targeted towards mitigating for workers, towards mitigating for communities. And let's remember that in every community where there is a forest worker, generally male, not always, there are women in the forest industry, but softwood industry, but not large numbers. But in every community where there is a worker displaced and the community in trouble, then the other ancillary businesses start to close. So it's not just the worker that's affected. It's the worker's spouse or partner. It's the worker's children who may have to move away from the town and go to another school. It's the spouse who's lost the job in the ancillary business that's closed. So it's not only about the workers. And that's where that money that's coming back to British Columbia should be going. But it's not. It's going into government revenue. It can be used for anything. And that's not right. That is not in any way a fair deal for British Columbia or for other forest-dependent areas in this country. I don't support this deal, Mr. Speaker, as I know that many other people don't. I think there will be many people standing up to support it who are doing so either reluctantly or for other kinds of reasons on which I would not speculate, but may not be doing it because they are in full support of it. And I think that says that as a whole, this House of Parliament, and certainly in British Columbia, the population, the industries may have said yes, or some of them, but the population is overwhelming in its rejection of this deal that has been, quote, negotiated. I think that many people will be giving this simply a tacit support, Mr. Speaker, and I'm not sure that that's the way that we want to do this. The other piece that concerns me very much is if there were to be an agreement, it should be one that gives some long-term hope to the forest industry or the softwood industry. But if this can be reopened in 18 months' time, how much long-term reassurance is there in that? Is somebody going to go and buy a house and take out a mortgage knowing that this can be reopened in 18 months? I don't think so. Is somebody going to make permanent future plans for themselves or their families based on the fact that this can be reopened that quickly? I think not. So in many ways, we have the worst of all worlds in this. We have money coming back that will not be targeted to the workers, to the communities, and actually to building healthy forests again. And people have been very clear that People have been very clear, Mr. Speaker, that healthy forests are part of what needs to happen in that mitigation. So I thank you for the opportunity to speak to this, Mr. Speaker, and I do not support the bill, and I think for workers across this country in the softwood industry, they are going to be devastated by this. It's not fair, it's not right, and it will not help British Columbians. Thank you.
Order. Before proceeding to questions and comments, it is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the question to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment is as follows. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North Natural Resources. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, Mr. Speaker, I'm listening to a speech from the NDP, and their position simply does not make sense. My colleague speaks about the BC softwood lumber industry and the challenges that they've had to face over this past decade. She speaks of plant closures, layoffs, displaced workers, and the impact that this has had on families. And we know that. We agree with that. And in fact, I asked my colleague to view this logically. All of that has come about because there has been no softwood lumber agreement. What has the lumber industry had to deal with? They've had to deal with high export duties, high legal costs, endless litigation, and I mean endless litigation. This is what your softwood lumber industry has had to deal with, and the consequence of that are the very things that you spoke of: plant closures, layoffs, displaced workers, unemployment, and a negative effect on families. What surprises me is that the NDP position is, don't change anything. Fight the softwood lumber agreement that in fact offers stability to the market. And this is what the softwood lumber companies see. They see stability in the softwood lumber agreement. And this is what their industry needs. The softwood lumber agreement offers, it's going to be in effect for 7 years, and it can be extended for another 2 years. It will return over $4 billion to the industry. This is huge, over $4 billion to the industry. This is the type of stability that the softwood lumber industry needs. When I sat on committee, this is what I heard from the companies. They need this money to rebuild their capital, to invest in their workers, and to invest in their industry.
Order. We have other people who want to ask questions and make comments. The Honourable Member for Surrey North. The Honourable Member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess the only thing I would say to the Honourable Member is that one of the reasons that we would oppose this is that Canada has won. Yes, there's been legislation. Yes, there have been court challenges, but Canada has won and won each time. So to give away wins from the court in order to get this agreement, when the courts have said Canada is not subsidizing, is indeed, I think, a very foolish thing to do.
The Honourable Member for West Nova.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member, if she shares my fears that seeing as a great number of these smaller operators have been forced to sign on to this agreement because the banks are threatening to call in their letters of credit, their margins of credit, and they have to sign on so they get their money back to pay the bank, that being done, and some export taxes being applied to them, that their level of profitability will go down, and that soon they will see themselves in difficulty again, and the banks will know that they can't extend credit to them because they know that there's nothing more coming from the U.S., that they have zero support from the Conservative government, and that we'll see an accelerated rate of closures of small and medium-sized mills throughout our country, all at the responsibility of the Conservative government of Canada.
The Honourable Member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for their question. There's no question that in British Columbia we have a number of very large forest industries, but there are small family-owned industries, particularly in the interior of British Columbia, And those industries will find themselves, and the family-owned businesses really, will find themselves, they already find themselves facing those kinds of challenges. They will continue to, and in the end, they will not be able to put forward a business case that will allow the bank to extend to them any leeway or any credit when it comes to, push comes to shove.
Further questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The member from Erie gave a speech earlier, and he asked the rhetorical question, how can we trust this government? And that's what it really comes down to, I think, Mr. Speaker. This is the government who we know just cut programs for very vulnerable people in our society, for women, for youth, for Aboriginals, etc. But this softwood deal should have been a foreshadowing, I believe, Mr. Speaker, of what we saw in those cuts. When you look at the draconian measures that the industry minister had presented to the softwood industry to get them to get on side, threatening to withdraw loan guarantees, saying that we're going to not stand with you if you decide to proceed with judicial proceedings. Mr. Speaker, maybe the member has some comments. Is this not a draconian, mean-spirited government, or what?
The Honourable Member for Surrey North, very briefly.
Thank you. Well, I will just answer then with one example to my colleague's question. Many of the people who in the forest industry, and I say this without any judgment, but many of those people do not have a very high degree of literacy. They've gone directly into the forest industry as young men and do not have a high degree of literacy. And what do we see cut? Adult literacy. So where on earth are these workers going to be?
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Outremont. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy, but yet sad, to rise to speak in this debate because this bill is a total abdication of Canadian sovereignty, a total rejection of international laws. It's very clear that this government has capitulated. It has totally capitulated to the Americans. And to try to, afterwards, to justify their capitulation, they held a gun to the temple of different Canadian entities by saying that there would be no help at all. What's worse, they have been complicit with the banks. They have even been the accomplices of the banks, because the only winners in this agreement will be the banks. They're going to pick up the $4 billion when the day comes, and the others are the American producers. When I look in particular at the support of the Bloc Québécois for this bill, I heard the member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain say a little earlier that we proposed this measure and that measure. But they have given their unconditional support to the Conservative government. They have forgotten the workers. They have forgotten the communities. They hold the government. They are being held in the government's fist like that. And they are just lying flat as pancakes in front of the government rather than trying to do something to help the workers and communities when you think about older workers. Here was a golden opportunity to say to this government, we support you, but on this condition, that you do something to help older workers. They held the government to ransom, but they decided to ask for nothing. Well, instead of finding solutions for older workers, they prefer to answer questions. The day after they gave their support to the government, it was pitiful. What are you going to do to help communities? What are you going to do to help workers who need your help? They just stood there silent, without a word to say. When you speak to the workers, what does that mean? When you speak to the forestry workers, somebody from Saint-Fulgence, who's 58 years of age and who's worked in the forest all his life. What is there in this agreement for him? He's given his whole life to the forestry industry. He's worked there. And he hoped that at first he had some hope. He thought that with his agreement, but he wonders, did anybody take me into account in this agreement? Did anybody think about me? Well, there's nothing for that person in this agreement. They say, okay, you're going to be unemployed, and then just make something, deal with the hand that you're given. In the Liberal program that is defeated by the same Bloc Québécois, there was $800 million over 2 years to make the forestry industry more competitive in terms of the ecology, $42 million for forestry management. There were millions of dollars to improve the competitiveness and to development the competency of the forest industry. And there was also a program for older forestry workers. There was $100 million for diversification as well in our plan. Because is this agreement going to lead to the reopening of mills? Have you heard since they signed it? Are they going to reopen mills? I think what you're going to hear about is closings, not openings of mills. It is this agreement that should have created hope. And yet, day after day, we continue to hear announcements of mill closings. When I look at this, Mr. Speaker, it's sad. It's sad for single industry communities because they don't have any hope of diversification. They've gotten zero in Quebec, particularly in rural Quebec, which is represented by the Bloc Québécois. And the Bloc hasn't done anything for those people. Older workers, speeches. What do we have? Speeches. But I have to say this. I remember the NDP when they were faced with then they were in the same situation when they held the whip hand over the government. They said, okay, we'll vote for this and this, but on these conditions. But the Bloc got nothing. Their slogans, what kind of slogans they have? All they have nothing for the support that they are giving. It is particularly difficult for single industry communities, as I have said, where they're going to have to close the doors in their communities. They have nothing at all in this agreement. It'll be the end of employment insurance, and then they will not even be able to have a decent retirement. Just think of this 58-year-old man that I mentioned. What is he going to do? Here, everybody's very comfortable with hope for the future, but look at the case of the guy who's worked all his life in the forest. There's nothing for him in the agreement. All he gets is despair. And so, Mr. Speaker, we decided to vote against the agreement, of course, for what it contains, but also because there are no related measures that could help people. Even in the speech from the throne, there should have been something. They talked about possibilities, but there are no achievements, no realities that have been handed over to the House. Here in the House, we will make the statement. We will make a statement. We will look at the balance sheet of what has been done, the number of jobs that have been created, the number of communities that have had to close down. And when we look back on this government opposite, we will know that this was a government that was bad for communities, bad for workers, and bad for the country. And this is why the Liberal Party has decided to vote against the agreement, because we're quite convinced that having won all our cases before the courts, Canada was worth far more than this agreement. Had they pursued the legal challenge, they wouldn't have had to take this route. They wouldn't have had to give in to the threats of the bankers. This is what is sad about this matter. There's no one who's happy about this agreement in Canada. Nobody, no entrepreneur in the forestry industry who is happy with this. This has been shoved down their throat. Why do we have this agreement? To protect big business? Well, I am waiting for some positive, good news about this agreement. Somebody to speak up and say something good about it. And so, Mr. Speaker, not only do we have here a total abdication of responsibility, but we recognize the fact that this will lead to nothing. Because of the restructuring of the sectors and the realities that exist in that sector, because of the restructuring of the softwood lumber sector, there are many little people who will be paying the price. It's going to be the ordinary worker. It's not going to be the banks who pay the price. The ordinary worker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Abitibi Bay James, Nunavik. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that the member for Outremont is one of the Quebec members, of course, of the Liberal Party. He was part of the former Liberal government, and he applauded the Minister for External Trade at the time for international trade when he acted. He applauded the Minister of Resources of the day when he refused to recognize the Independent Employment Insurance Fund. And when he put an end to POWA, he applauded other ministers when they refused to allow loan guarantees to keep negotiations going. And the same minister was quite ready to do anything for the big oil companies, quite like the leader quite like the member for Outremont in the area of shipping. They did nothing to help the forestry industry. I remember. Now, did they consult the businesses in Quebec before making a decision to vote against this legislation? Can the member tell us how many businesses in crisis, in difficulty, would continue to work had there been no support for this agreement? And I conclude, Mr. Speaker, with the Bloc Québécois, and I'm sure this must make them happy. The NDP, holds the balance of power with the Liberal Party. If they feel they hold the balance of power, why don't they defeat the government, quite simply? The Honourable Member for Outremont, I thank him very much for his question. I know he is quite sincere. Look, it's very simple. With respect to measures in the agreement for businesses, the present Minister of International Trade, who was formerly a Minister of Industry, announced a major program last November of hundreds of billions of dollars, and the only reason why that wasn't put into effect was because the Bloc Québécois decided for partisan reasons to defeat the government. Otherwise, those programs would certainly be in effect today. There would be no need for concern with respect to the survival of businesses. But the Bloc, for partisan reasons, wasn't at all concerned about the lot of workers in the forestry industry because they defeated this program that was prepared by our government, further to lobbying and pressure from the industry and from the workers. They could have allied themselves with people who were of a different opinion, but no, they allied themselves with others. They allied themselves with others, defeated the government, and now we have the Bloc that is ready to support the government. This is what I don't understand. But why did the Bloc ask for nothing? I have never seen a minority government get such support at such a cheap price. They didn't ask for anything. This is something that goes against the vein of the British parliamentary tradition.
Order.
The member in mid-flight, but there may be other questions and comments. The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I read with great interest this morning that this government released new federal documents that said that this government's top foreign policy priority is to have greater collaboration with Washington. Well, I got to say, there's nothing that'll foster that collaboration more than walking into negotiations saying, here, pick my pockets, take what you want, where do we sign? Yeah, suddenly we have much, much greater collaboration, a much closer relationship with the folks in Washington. But the member who just made a speech talks about relationships, talks about his concern for workers, talks about concern for the forestry sector, talks about the relationships that he values, and yet I wonder, why is he so afraid of actually talking to those workers, to talking to the families of those workers, talking to the communities that are affected, and taking consultations right across this country so that we don't just listen in this House to what the folks in Washington want, but that we stand up for the working families in this country and do what they have elected us to do. Hear, hear.
Honourable Deputy. The Honourable Member for Outremont. Mr. Speaker, I think the NDP doesn't have a monopoly on consultation. When I'm talking about the people who are affected, I can tell you that there's members of my own family, relatives, who are affected. So we understand the hardship they're going through, and their families too. We've heard it from workers all across Canada, and particularly in Quebec, because as members from Quebec, that's who we have the greatest access to. But we've consulted the industry, companies, Mr. Chevrette, for example, for a very long time, even at the time when we were in office. He attended Liberal caucus meetings. And ultimately, we find that this deal doesn't at all meet the expectations of communities or workers. You're right. The only people who are happy is the Americans. They're thrilled, and bankers too. They know they're going to get $4 billion back to pay back their lines of credit, and then after that, it's going to be tough going. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Argenteuil, Papineau, Mirabel. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thanks. We're really not enthusiastic to speak about C-24. You hear all kinds of things in this House, and the member for Outremont's speech was quite a case in point. It's probably the first time he's ever stood up in this House to defend workers, because before that he was a minister. He couldn't defend workers then. That wasn't his job. He was a minister. He made the decisions. That's a fact, Mr. Speaker. The softwood lumber crisis has been around since May 22nd, 2002, and the Liberals were in office, and he was elected in 2004, June 2004. And what did the minister do? What did the member for Outremont do? Absolutely nothing, Mr. Speaker. He says, well, we were in court and we were winning cases, but at the same time, the Liberals didn't say anything. It wasn't the Conservatives that were closing down factories. It was the Liberal era when those plants were closing down. And meanwhile, the whole time, the Bloc Québécois has been defending the interests of workers. We came up with good ideas and solutions, Mr. Speaker. We're the ones who suggested loan guarantees here in the House. It wasn't the Liberal government, and it wasn't the Conservative government either. That's not what happened. The member for Outremont is now talking about the program, but for years, for 6 years, they did nothing. That's the fact. And that's what we're here for. We're here to defend the interests of workers. They're the ones who've asked the Bloc Québécois to do this because this was going on for far too long, and the companies need money. That's the fact. That's reality. So we're going to vote for this deal for the simple reason that the industry is in crisis. It needs that money because the Liberal government didn't help them when they needed it. The Conservative government is making the same mistake. They're not helping companies. They're not giving them loan guarantees. So it's a discounted deal, and the industry saying it's not the ideal agreement, but our backs are against the wall. We have no choice. So we want to keep what plants still remain alive And that's reality. That's why Quebecers can count on the Bloc Québécois to defend their interests, not the Liberals who spend their time in court trying to defend and trying to win and doing what they always do, giving nothing to help the industry in the meantime and just saying, no, let's hope that we'll win in the end, the last trial. But, you know, they've won trial after trial, case after case, and that has put no money into the pockets of workers. And that's the hard facts of the matter. That's what workers have had to live with. So 147 out of 151 companies asked the Bloc Québécois to vote for this deal. We know it's not a good deal. We're not pretending it is. We offered suggestions to improve the deal, but the problem is that when it's written in black and white and when the Conservatives have decided, no, it's final, and the best thing that can happen is for that money to be refunded, even if it's not 100%. It's the industry that's asking for this, and the only party in Quebec that's listening to Quebec workers is the Bloc Québécois. We're in close contact with the public, not like the Liberals. We've decided to support this deal on behalf of the people. That's what we're here for. We're here in the interests of the people. Now, maybe the member for Outremont's problem is that he wants power at all costs, but we're doing what we're doing. We're not in power, but we're doing what's in the interest of the people. But when all you're interested in is power, then you're not going to have people's interests at heart. So that's what makes us different from the Liberals. So we'd like to take this opportunity to tell the Conservatives that if they have any heart left, and I know it's quite hard for them, but there are some good things that could be done. The industry's been asking for this, a POA program, a program to help older workers. That's something that's absolutely has to be done for workers aged over 55 who lose their jobs in forestry, and they need income support until they reach retirement age. That's something that the Bloc Québécois has put forward, and in the last budget, the Conservative government appeared somewhat open to the idea, but we're still waiting. Older workers are still waiting, especially in forestry and textiles. They're still waiting. And we'll see whether the Conservative members have any heart left after cutting $2 billion from programs for women, Aboriginal people, and all the weakest and most vulnerable members of society. We don't see a lot of heart in that, but listen to what the industry is asking for. They're asking for a program to help older workers, to help them end their careers or reach retirement because their employers went under, for example. We're just asking for decency for those people. It's not huge amounts of money. It's not anything that would bankrupt the government. So that's something the Bloc Québécois has called for. It's a totally justified request for the simple reason that, once again, the industry officially asked for it, and the Bloc Québécois has always been here to champion their interests in the House. We're also calling for a program to diversify forestry-reliant economies. We're still waiting, obviously, for the Minister of Regional Development's Marshall Plan for Quebec. It's a minimal plan, not a Marshall Plan. He was talking about a Marshall Plan, but there was an announcement this week of a puny amount, a few $1 million, money taken from different programs and recycled to help smaller communities, $85 million. When the industry, merely in anti-dumping and countervailing duties, has paid over $1 billion. And so these crumbs that the Conservative government's offering, the 85 million, 87 million, over 4 years, my colleague from Gaspésie-les-Îles mentioned quite rightly, it's 85 million over 4 years. It's laughable. Well, we wouldn't sneeze at it because it's money, but it's really too bad that the communities are not being supported by a Conservative government. It's a heartless government. in the face of this situation that's hitting the most disadvantaged communities in our regions. This is a problem that affects everyone. It's not true that the big cities will survive just with the headquarters of these companies, because often these companies have their headquarters in the big city, but they exploit the resources out in the regions. There seems to be some sort of a disconnect in governments that think, well, the people live in the big cities, so we needn't bother with the regions. On the contrary, if the reason there's a lot of people in the cities is because the regions are prosperous and they support the big cities. They provide for forestry, agriculture, and so on. You wouldn't be able to build houses in the cities if there wasn't forestry. The wood comes from the regions, and people are happy to eat in the cities, to have good things to eat, but where does that come from? Well, it comes obviously from the regions. The Conservative government seems to be forgetting that. So we need economic diversification program for communities that rely heavily on forestry. We're still waiting for that. But once again, the Minister for Regional Development still hasn't presented anything. We're also calling for special tax treatment for owners of private woodlots. Obviously, it takes trees to have a forestry industry. So if you support private woodlots, you'll be able to support the resource. It's a renewable resource, and that's something that the Conservatives should take seriously. We also want special tax treatment for the $4.3 billion in duties that were paid, because don't forget, in addition to the fact that the companies will only be getting back 4/5 of the $5 billion they paid in duties, so that's 81%, but also since 2002, given the increased value of the Canadian dollar, there's a loss there. So they're actually only going to get 65% of the 81% they paid at a higher exchange rate in duties. So we're calling for a tax credit, a refundable tax credit, so those people can get some of that money back, and that is what Canada should do. So once again, Quebecers can rely on the Bloc Québécois to defend their interests. We're not happy to support C-24, this softwood lumber deal. We're doing it in the interests of forestry workers only, and they asked us to do this, and obviously we're the only party that's truly listening to them. Thank you.
Member for British Columbia Southern Interior.
Merci, le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honorable colleague for his speech, almost as passionate and as the previous speaker. The difference is that I hope we'll be able to count on his support. Be that as it may, I have this question for my honorable colleague. Does he think that this bad deal will have harmful effects on other sectors of Canadian industry, like agriculture, manufacturing? Is this a bad deal that's going to set a precedent or have after effects on other industries? The honourable member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad my NDP colleague shows his awareness of the Bloc Québécois and its importance here in the House. Obviously, we're very happy when they're in office. If they make good decisions, we'll be happy to support them. As for the rest, might this have an effect on other industries? Well, you have to understand that softwood is not part of the free trade agreement. It's a very specific, unique industry, and that's why the Bloc has always asked for an individualized support program for this industry, which is being hard hit. It's being hit with countervailing duties, anti-dumping duties, and so on. So in the regions when jobs are lost, obviously that has an effect on the overall economy. And single industry towns especially are hard hit. But when this is finally settled, this might give some oxygen to the economy regionally. The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Mr. Speaker, the member may recall when the softwood issue, the deal, came up, and it was a rush. Again, one of these issues where the government had to have an answer quickly, and we had the Prime Minister wasn't even here for question period. They were just doing it, and then they table it and give it to the other leaders and say, we're in the House and we've got to make a decision. That deal that was presented there and that was talked and addressed by the House at that time is not the deal that's represented in C-24. And in fact, some of the provisions of there, the deal has changed substantively. And it seems to me, Mr. Speaker, that this is not a long-term solution to this problem. In fact, the bill itself only provides a horizon of, it's going to be less than 24 months. And we're going to be right back at it because we've abandoned the dispute resolution mechanism. We have put the onus on those who want to pursue their legal rights, put them under pressure, saying the government's abandoned them. The Minister of Trade has said that you're going it alone if you don't accept this deal. Maybe the member would care to at least comment. I understand it wants to protect the industry in Quebec, but we really need a long-term solution. This only represents a short-term solution. Is the member going to continue to fight for the rights of the softwood industry after this deal maybe goes through?
Even after
the honourable deputy, the honourable member for Argenteuil, Papineau-Mirabel. Yes, thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. The problem of my Liberal colleague and of his party is that they're not listening to what people are asking for. We're much more flexible than that. We listen to what everyone's saying, but when the industry says, look, enough is enough, we have to stop talking about it, the Liberals are still just talking about it. But when the industry and the workers say, look, enough is enough, we can't take it anymore, we need that money back, even if it's a bad deal, we need it now. That's why Quebecers have relied on the Bloc Québécois, the vast majority. We're in symbiosis with the Quebec population. We know what employers and employees want. They want the deal signed. And obviously this is not something that we're deliriously happy about. But the Liberal Party's problem is that they still don't get it. The time for discussing things in court is over. It's time to move on, help the industry, help workers, help men and women who work, who spent their lives working in this industry. This is what the population has chosen. They want the Bloc Québécois to do this. They don't want the fights to drag on forever. So the Bloc Québécois, in symbiosis with the industry and workers, this is what we've decided to do. One last short question, the honourable member for Gaspésie, Île-de-la-Madeleine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I'd like to pay tribute to my colleague who just spoke. I think he's put us back on the right track, unlike what we just heard from the member from Outremont. My question is quite straightforward. In my colleague's view, who did the NDP consult in Quebec? Who did the Conservatives consult in Quebec? Who did the Liberals even consult in Quebec? People in Quebec, from what you hear from the other parties, well, my impression is that they didn't consult anyone in Quebec. And if they did consult, they certainly didn't hear what people were saying. I'd like my colleague to respond to that. The honourable member for Argenteuil, Papineau-Mirabel. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Gaspésie-les-Îles for his question. He's quite right. In order for the Liberals and the NDP to vote against this deal, despite the hue and cry from the industry in Quebec and the people of Quebec, it's because they didn't consult them. They didn't hear them. And to come up with a discounted deal like this, but without adopting the plan that the Bloc put forward with loan guarantees, tax treatment, and so on that the industry called for. Once again, it's because the Conservatives didn't consult the industry. So the only party that actually consulted people and took Quebecers' interests to heart is the Bloc Québécois. And those people can count on us.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for York West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad to be able to join this debate. And I would like to share with members of this House the concerns of the United Steelworkers and so that you can realize that these concerns are not just casual concerns and how serious this issue is. Steelworkers represent over 280,000 Canadian members, 50,000 of those who work in the forest sector. So they know the issue well, and they're very serious about their concerns. And they truly believe that the deal that we are considering is a poor one, and that Canadians already had a successful strategy to deal with the U.S. forest industry and administration's unfair and illegal imposition of lumber tariffs and duties in May of 2002. Since then, we have shown the Americans that many Canadian sawmills could outcompete them, even with exorbitant duties on our lumber exports. Any recent economic problems firms face has more to do with the rising Canadian dollar than with U.S. protectionist measures. By winning in court, meanwhile, we showed them that the Americans' legal case was groundless and the protectionist measures were illegal. Canada was winning, after all, whether in North American Free Trade Agreement tribunals, the World Trade Organization, or U.S. courts of law. On July 14th, the Court of Internal Trade ruled that the tariffs and duties are illegal. A judgment simply serves to confirm our views. The U.S. is rapidly exhausting its legal avenues before NAFTA, as witnessed by NAFTA's rejection of American extraordinary challenges appeals. The U.S. is even losing at the WTO, the only body which had previously upheld some of their contentions. So we find it unfortunate, therefore, that the current government is prepared to throw away the advantages we have earned at law and instead decided to saddle the industry with what is clearly a terrible negotiated agreement. In agreeing to the terms of the current agreement, it appears that the current government has fallen into the trap that Carl Grenier of the Free Trade Lumber Council describes when he observes that Canada has admitted that we are guilty as charged of producing subsidized lumber, dumping it on U.S. markets, and unfairly harming the U.S. industry. We are therefore prepared to throw ourselves on the Americans' mercy, as Grenier notes, but Canada is not guilty as charged on any of these counts. We all know that. Successive court rulings continued to prove it. Nonetheless, for policy reasons known perhaps best to the government, but not to Canadians, the government has rushed into this devastating agreement. It did so without proper consultation with affected governments and stakeholders. In spite of commitments to the contrary, the deal was even initialed in Geneva before industry representatives had a chance to comment. It is, in short, a hastily concluded deal. The steelworkers of Canada truly believe that we all, as Canadians, will come to regret it. After all, it is clear that the agreement is severely flawed, and those are the issues that are being pointed out to the government today. The terms do not provide free access to the U.S. market. In spite of the Prime Minister's claim in the House of Commons on April 28th, Canadian exports are capped at 34% of the U.S. lumber market and further trammeled by the so-called surge mechanism, a policy which effectively penalizes Canadian producers for efficiency. Meanwhile, the U.S. companies continue to have free access to the Canadian raw logs, while third country producers enjoy truly free access to the U.S. market. The timeline, which has changed dramatically over the course of negotiations since April the 27th, potentially gives Canada as little as 2 years of peace, not the 7 to 9 we were originally offered. We learned that the U.S. would now enjoy preferential rights to abrogate the agreement, yet the $1 billion price tag remains the same. The timing is poor, since most industry analysts agree that the U.S. housing market, hot until recently, is now cooling off. That means that from the onset of the agreement, Canadian producers will likely be paying 10 to 15% in export tax, a rate higher than even the current level of U.S. tariffs and duties. So what is in this deal for Canada? Well, as we noted in all of the submissions, the same standing committee back on June 19th, we believe that the only reason to sign off on this agreement is the prospect of getting back a portion of the illegally held money currently held by the U.S. Commerce Department. We respectfully submit that this is just not a good enough reason to lock Canada into what is really a short-term fix that not long from now will permit a renewal of U.S. protectionist measures. Developments since June have merely confirmed this judgment. After all, although the deal calls for the return of 80% of the illegally taken remissions of Canadian companies, there are still no provisions in the agreement for much-needed investment in the Canadian forest sector, even though we have seen a number of recent closures attributed to the lack of sufficient capital formation in Canada. While many of the plants and their equipment in Canada remain starved for capital, our forest companies have continued to invest profits made in Canada in the United States and overseas acquisitions, mergers, or outside the sector. Notably, Canadian companies like Canfor, Abity, Ainsworth, and Interfor have purchased mills in the United States. Steelworkers continue to have major concerns as we move forward. To this end, there must be commitments that a generous portion of any remission firms received from a settlement of the lumber dispute will be reinvested in job creation, worker training and retraining, infrastructure and community adjustment in Canada, not outside Canada. It's a bitter pill for workers and communities to swallow. For instance, when they learned that while the deal calls for $500 million in spending on such works in the United States, it calls for not one penny to be invested in Canada. How, they ask, can Canadian firms continue to invest in sawmills in South Carolina, Washington and Oregon, the OSB mills in Minnesota, or plants in Maine, while plants in this country continue to be closed due to lack of investment in capital? The Globe and Mail recently commented that underinvestment in the Eastern Canadian forest products industry has been chronic for so long that it would take billions to make this country's pulp and paper mills as modern as those in Scandinavia or South America. This deal, however, with its abruptly short actual term of peace from U.S. trade actions, even provides the U.S. industry and the Coalition for Fair Lumber Imports with a reward for sponsoring what have now been definitely shown to be illegal trade actions, a $500 million nest egg with which to finance future trade harassment as early as 2 years from the time this deal goes into effect. In short, by now it is clear that this agreement does not serve well Canadian interests, whether the interests are of our forest industry, forest sector workers, forest-based communities, or Canadian citizens. It provides insufficient value to Canada while offering dangerous incentives to future U.S. trade actions. It does not represent a satisfactory resolution to the lumber trade dispute. We therefore recommend the following course of action: that Canada must renounce this agreement, that the government and Canadian companies should continue with their legal actions. We urge Canadian companies to not agree to withdraw their legal challenges or to agree to the payment of funds to the U.S. industry, that the government should continue to support the legal actions required to erase fully all possible U.S. legal actions. In short, Steelworkers of Canada urge the Canadian companies and governments to set aside selfish interests and clearly stand up for Canada and Canadian interest. We must keep in mind the reality that Canada's forest sector is our leading industry and that it is a major source of jobs. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, Mr. Speaker, and to share that feelings of the United Steelworkers of Canada and to ask the government to rethink this whole deal.
I think we have time for a very brief question or comment and a similarly brief response. The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Now, this softwood lumber agreement has dragged on, Mr. Speaker, for years, way too long. The previous government, 24 years, unbelievable. And the previous government couldn't seem to deal with this. Now, Mr. Speaker, the lumber-producing provinces across this country, where the honourable member that's yapping back here is from, British Columbia, the industry and all the small loggers, the large loggers they support this. The lumber from Quebec, from the East Coast benefits big time. All the lumber producers in Ontario, or the bulk of them, and the ones from my riding are. I'd like to ask the honourable member across here, first of all, how many logging companies are in her riding, and how many of those are in support of this agreement?
The honourable member for York West.
Well, thank you very much for the question. My understanding as a member of parliament is that we are here to represent all of the country and not simply to look at a parochial interest in our own riding. This is an industry that is important, needs our support. We could have had a deal a long time ago. We wanted a good deal. This one is not a good deal. It's not a good deal for Canadians.
Order.
Order.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, September 21st, 2006, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion to concur in the second report of the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates in the name of Mr. Proulx. Convoquez les députés.
Call in the members.
question is the following one. Monsieur Proulx.
Mr. Proulx, seconded by Mr. Algabra, moves that the second report of the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates, presented on Wednesday, June 7, 2006, be concurred in.
Motion will please rise.
Monsieur Proulx.
Monsieur Proulx.
Mr. Camuzzi.
Mr. Camuzzi.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Ms. Guarnieri.
Ms. Guarnieri.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Madame Marleau.
Madame Marleau.
Monsieur Lapierre.
Monsieur Lapierre.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Robillard.
Madame Robillard.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Godfrey.
Mr. Godfrey.
Ms. Mina.
Ms. Mina.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Ms. Crow.
Ms. Crow.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Cutler.
Mr. Cutler.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Owen.
Mr. Owen.
Monsieur Thibault Westnova.
Monsieur Thibault Westnova.
Mr. Desange.
Mr. Desange.
Ms. Stronach.
Ms. Stronach.
Mrs. Barnes.
Mrs. Barnes.
Madame Jennings.
Madame Jennings.
Mrs. Redmond.
Mrs. Redmond.
Monsieur Simard.
Mr. Simard.
Ms. Brown Oakville.
Ms. Brown Oakville.
Mr. Martin Esquimalt Wandafuka.
Mr. Martin Esquimalt Wandafuka.
Mr. Wappel.
Mr. Wappel.
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Karagianis.
Monsieur Bonnet.
Monsieur Bonnet.
Mr. McTague.
Mr. McTague.
Mr. Colin Etobicoke North.
Mr. Colin Etobicoke North.
Madame Folco.
Madame Folco.
Mr. Matthews.
Mr. Matthews.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Wilford.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. LeBlanc.
Mr. LeBlanc.
Ms. Neville.
Ms. Neville.
Mr. Hubbard.
Mr. Hubbard.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Malley.
Mr. Malley.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. St. Dennis.
Mr. St. Dennis.
Mr. Steckley.
Mr. Steckley.
Mr. Zabo.
Mr. Zabo.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Dalla.
Ms. Dalla.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mrs. Cadis.
Mrs. Cadis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Savage.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Murphy Charlottetown.
Mr. Murphy Charlottetown.
Mr. Boschkoff.
Mr. Boschkoff.
Mr. Damour.
Mr. Damour.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Silva.
Mr. Silva.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Saint-Amand.
Mr. Saint-Amand.
Mr. Tamarkowski.
Mr. Tamarkowski.
Mr. Valley.
Mr. Valley.
Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Morasti.
Mr. Morasti.
Mr. Murphy Moncton Riverview Dieppe.
Mr. Murphy Moncton Riverview Dieppe.
Monsieur Duceppe.
Monsieur Duceppe.
Monsieur Paquette.
Monsieur Paquette.
Monsieur Ménard Hochelaga.
Monsieur Ménard Hochelaga.
Monsieur Craig.
Monsieur Craig.
Monsieur Bachamp.
Monsieur Bachamp.
Monsieur Loubier.
Monsieur Loubier.
Madame Picard. Monsieur Laframboise, pardon.
Monsieur Laframboise et non Monsieur Bachamp.
Madame Picard.
Madame Picard.
Monsieur Guimont.
Monsieur Guimont.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Brunel.
Madame Saint-Hilaire.
Madame Saint-Hilaire.
Monsieur Roy.
Monsieur Roy.
Monsieur Bigras.
Monsieur Bigras.
Monsieur Lessard.
Monsieur Lessard.
Monsieur Cardin.
Monsieur Cardin.
Madame Faye.
Madame Faye.
Madame Thibault, Mousquet-Négette, Témiscouata-les-Basses.
Madame Thibault, Mousquet-Négette, Témiscouata-les-Basses.
Madame Demers.
Madame Demers.
Monsieur Coteau.
Monsieur Coteau.
Madame Bourgeois.
Madame Bourgeois.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Lavallée. Madame Lavallée.
Madame Lavallée.
Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Lemay.
Monsieur Godet.
Monsieur Godet.
Madame Bonsang.
Madame Bonsang.
Madame Deschamps.
Madame Deschamps.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Monsieur Bouchard.
Monsieur Blais.
Monsieur Blais.
Monsieur Asselin.
Monsieur Asselin.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Madame Barbeau.
Madame Barbeau.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Monsieur Laforêt.
Madame Mourani.
Madame Mourani.
Monsieur Lucier.
Monsieur Lucier.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Monsieur Nadeau.
Monsieur Malo.
Monsieur Malo.
Monsieur Carrier.
Monsieur Carrier.
Monsieur Lévesque.
Monsieur Lévesque.
Monsieur Saint-Cyr.
Monsieur Saint-Cyr.
Monsieur Ouellette.
Monsieur Ouellette.
Monsieur André.
Monsieur André.
Monsieur Vincent.
Monsieur Vincent.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Mr. Layton.
Mr. Layton.
Ms. McDonough.
Ms. McDonough.
Ms. Davies.
Ms. Davies.
Ms. Washley-Salis.
Ms. Washley-Salis.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Martin Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Martin Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Martin Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Martin Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Cullen, Skeena Buckley Valley.
Mr. Cullen, Skeena Buckley Valley.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Sixay.
Mr. Sixay.
Ms. Pretty.
Ms. Pretty.
Mr. Atamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Ms. Bell, Vancouver Island North.
Ms. Bell, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Chow.
Ms. Chow.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Madame Savoie.
Madame Savoie.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Ms. Oda.
Ms. Oda.
Mrs. Skelton.
Mrs. Skelton.
Mr. Thompson, New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Thompson, New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Taves.
Mr. Day.
Mr. Day.
Mr. McKay, Central Nova.
Mr. McKay, Central Nova.
Mr. Prentice.
Mr. Prentice.
Mr. Cannon Pontiac.
Mr. Cannon Pontiac.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Solberg.
Mr. Solberg.
Mr. Emerson.
Mr. Emerson.
Mr. Hearn.
Mr. Hearn.
Mr. Lund.
Mr. Lund.
Mrs. Ablonsi.
Ms. Ablonsi.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Turner.
Mr. Turner.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Cummins.
Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal.
Mr. Menzies.
Mr. Menzies.
Mrs. Hinton.
Mrs. Hinton.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Blackburn.
Mr. Blackburn.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. Hill.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Ms. Georges.
Ms. Georges.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Brightwright.
Mr. Brightwright.
Mr. Hanger.
Mr. Hanger.
Mr. Harris.
Mr. Harris.
Mr. Mills.
Mr. Mills.
Mr. Thompson Wild Rose.
Mr. Thompson Wild Rose.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. Casson.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Collier.
Mr. Collier.
Mr. Barry.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Madame Bouchard.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher. Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Doyle.
Mr. Doyle.
Mr. Kenny, South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Batters.
Mr. Batters.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Jaffer.
Mr. Jaffer.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mr. Cramp, Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cramp, Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Allen.
Mr. Allen.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Brown Barry.
Mr. Brown Barry.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Cannon, Kelowna Lake Country.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Del Mastro.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Pallister.
Mr. Pallister. Mr. Epp.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Manning.
Mr. Manning.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Monsieur Petit.
Mr. Petit.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Storsett.
Mr. Storsett.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Warkington.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Monsieur Arthur.
Monsieur Arthur.
Nays contre 119, 119.
I declare the motion carried.
Order. I see several conversations taking place on the floor of the House, and there are still some items that we'd like to get to today. So if honourable members could carry on their conversations in either lobbies, we can get going with the rest of today's agenda. It being 6:05, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, resuming consideration of the motion of Mr. Rodriguez, an act to ensure Canada meets its global climate change obligations under the Kyoto Protocol.
Resuming debate. Les prises du débat. There is. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Esquina-Vaucluse Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's with great pleasure that I join in the debate around something as important as climate change and our international agreements and the promise that Canada made to actually abide by the signature we put on paper. Before getting into the merits or demerits of this particular bill, I think for Canadians watching, it's important to set the context of what's happened to the climate change file, what's happened in this country with respect to pollution over the last number of years. As the Liberals were leaving office, there was report after report condemning the actions of Canada in black and white. That while the promises had been made by the previous Liberal government to do something about climate change, the numbers were in stark contrast to that promise. While there was a commitment to go 6% below our 1990 levels of greenhouse gas pollution, we had in fact risen 10, 20, 25% above those numbers. Now, the reason this happens is not for a lack of promises and not for a lack of fanfare. The previous Liberal government was excellent at making announcements. They often had very craftily and beautiful posters as a backdrop. They spent inordinate amounts of money on brochures and glossy pamphlets that I'm sure ended up in landfills across this country. But what they couldn't deliver on, what they couldn't accomplish, was the basic ability to start to change the way that Canadians do business, the way that Canadians have the opportunity to conduct our economy and our lives. When you boil the issue of climate change down and the issue of Kyoto down to its bare elements, most often you're talking about the use of energy. You're talking about the production of energy, whether it comes from greener sources, so-called greener sources, new technologies, or you're talking about energies that comes from carbon-based sources, which this country relies on quite heavily. Now, it varies from province to province and jurisdiction to jurisdiction, and it is of important note to Canadians that those provinces that took up the call early on, that took strong and bold initiatives, and I would take British Columbia as an example where I reside, there was a strong and important investment in green energy many decades ago. And it's also important to note that these investments were made by both what we would call Conservative and New Democrat governments throughout the province's history to make sure that the energy supply in British Columbia was consistent, was stable, and also didn't contribute to the planet's pollution. Those investments allowed us and continue to allow British Columbia to grow and prosper while not contributing to the overall warming of the planet, which finally we have established from all parties and all corners in this House a confirmed belief that what is known as anthropogenic climate change, that is, climate change caused by human activity, is a reality, and it's a problem. I hearken back, and many of my colleagues here from the Environment Committee were at the committee the day that the forestry sector came before us during the Kyoto hearings and clearly made the connection between both the forest fires, which had gone to unprecedented levels in British Columbia in particular, and the pine beetle infestation, which has started in British Columbia and now gone across the Rockies, were directly linked to what was happening to our climate. I live in northwestern British Columbia, and it starts from the coast and moves interior. We are quite accustomed to cold winters, particularly in the interior portion of our riding. Consistently cold winters and stretches of winter that go 35 below, 30 below. And this is what would have offset the pine beetle infestation. It's a naturally occurring organism and species, but would have died off if winters had been normal. But we've been without one of these normal winters for so long that the pine beetle has been allowed to bloom and grow and start to cover areas of forest that many Canadians, many people in the world would find hard to comprehend. Now, we have to look at the current government's initiatives and intentions when talking about climate change and importantly talking about the way that we produce and use our energy. Now, I can recall very clearly the member from Red Deer last year in a very similar debate to this one talking about the Conservatives' climate change plan. And I asked him directly when there was an opportunity does the Conservative Party of Canada have a climate change plan? Because the New Democrats had taken an important stand more than a year and a half ago, 2 years now, and said, here, we'll put out a marker. We're going to spend some time and our own money on developing a plan and cost it out. We're going to take it to the economists, we're going to take it to the environmental groups, and work through what a plan would actually look like for Canada to implement and achieve our Kyoto targets. And we laid that out there for all to see. A challenge to the then Liberal government to react and actually do something, rather than just continue to make those glossy brochures and lovely posters, and also a challenge to the other parties in the House to get serious about this. And I remember the member from Red Deer's answer, and I know he's extremely committed to the environment and the issue in particular, waste, that yes, in fact, the Conservative Party of Canada had a plan for climate change. Well, it's been a year and a half or more. We're waiting, and we're still waiting. We know that there's a green plan coming, but we're not sure actually if it will actually, if you know, members in the House, it's important to actually listen to the entire part of his speech, but they'll take their snippets as they will. But it's important to understand that every day and every week and month that are lost without a plan, without things that Canadians can actually look to in the true sense of leadership, because Canadians, when you poll them across this country, are ready to do something about this. They're making the choices every day for a better environment, but there has been an absolute loss of leadership on this file at the federal government level in particular. The provinces have started to react, Quebec in particular and Manitoba, and said, well, if the feds aren't going to show up to it, at least we are, and started to enact and invoke. And this is very similar to what we've seen in the United States, where the presidency of George Bush has decided to not follow into the Kyoto regime, or any regime really, when it comes to climate change. And the states who have seen this as a significant issue have gone out and taken the lead. Well, while this is sometimes necessary, it's a bit unfortunate, because the amount of taxation money collected by the federal government, the amount of legislative powers that this government has, clearly puts us in the driver's seat if we choose to take that leadership role, and that has not happened. Now, we hear recent announcements to the federal government preparing to offer up more than $1 billion of Canadians' taxpayer money for a pipeline across our north to feed natural gas. And before the Conservatives get too excited and frothing in the mouth about this concept, let's take it from an energy perspective for a moment. The concept is to take liquefied natural gas from some other far region of the world, put it in and liquefy it, put it into tankers, ship it across, put it in another pipeline, then ship that down. And natural gas, for everyone watching, and as people know, is one of our cleanest burning carbon-based fuels. Then put it into the tar sands, which it takes, a 1.5 to 3 barrels, depending on your use, of energy to produce one single barrel of oil, which then gets put into another pipe and then sent down to the United States. Somehow this equation is a good so-called investment of tax dollars. It's bizarre. While at the same time, and these companies are now making substantial profits even when oil is at $40, $50, $60 a barrel, they're doing quite well. This government follows in the footsteps of the previous government, insisting on handing over a check from Canadian taxpayers of $1.5 billion every year into some of the companies that are enjoying record profits. And as one company executive in Calgary a few weeks ago noted them, they were obscene. Obscene profits. Well and good, they're making their money, but I can't understand for the life of me, and many Canadians get confused by this, why we would also support them with taxpayer dollars while they're doing okay. While they're doing not just okay, they're doing spectacularly well. Why would you have a corporate welfare check cut year in, year out for companies that are doing fine? We've got lots of ideas for them. We've got lots of ideas for this government and where true investment can happen, the type of investment Canadians are looking for when it comes to the energy file. We know, and companies that exist within the tar sands have talked about making them carbon neutral within 20 years. We know the technology is coming forward in this country and in other countries, and rather than be a laggard, rather than simply follow in the wake of other jurisdictions when they take a leadership role in this, there's a real opportunity for Canada here to make bold initiatives, to make bold plans and actually enact those plans. And again, not be handcuffed as the previous government was, unable to square circles, unable to actually show a vision and leadership that Canadians are looking for. Now, when we look to other jurisdictions that have been able to maintain their economies, the Scandinavian countries clearly stand out. Some of the strongest economies in the free world have been able to both achieve significant reductions in their greenhouse gas output while achieving some of the best performing economies anywhere on the planet. So the economy versus the environment debate is as dead as the dinosaurs. You simply cannot refer to it anymore in any serious way. When Canadians are asked, would they rather pick up a car at the lot that costs them $50 to fill up or one that costs them $10. Clearly, particularly Canadians that don't have a lot of money to throw around, are going to take the option, if presented to them in a reasonable way, to allow them to fill up with a little bit less and have money for other things in their lives. Energy has become such an absolute essential for Canadians that home heating costs, when we've watched the spike in prices, particularly hurt those households that are in the most vulnerable of categories. We can create the economy. This bill goes a small way towards forcing this government to actually abide by international agreements. I know Mr. Harper said in his speech on September 11th, we are a country that has always accepted its responsibility.
I apologize to the honourable member, but I would just remind him that we don't refer to members of Parliament by name, but by riding or title.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that correction. I thank the member from Windsor for his diligence in listening. Now, on September 11th, the current Prime Minister has said, we are a country that has always accepted its responsibilities in the world. Canada is active when the United Nations is asked. The United Nations is the body in which our Kyoto signature actually stands. If the Prime Minister is true to his word, then clearly abiding by that signature on that document is what we need to do. We're supportive of this bill, and we'll leave it to the Conservatives to answer the inherent ironies that exist within its action. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Ajax Pickering.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
First, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to offer my congratulations to the member for Honoré Mercier for a very excellent bill.
Speaker, to stand and speak to this issue. In fact, I can't think of a more pressing or important issue, not only for this nation, but for this world. And the fact of the matter is that we are at a tipping point. It's not only evident in our own country, in places like the Arctic, where oral traditions are being rendered useless by a landscape that is dramatically changing, but we also see it in extreme weather, in rapidly receding glaciers, and so many other ways, Mr. Speaker. Mountains that have been snow-capped for incredibly long periods of time, thousands of years, no longer so. In fact, just yesterday, I believe it was, that there was a study that pointed out that the Earth is at its warmest point in 12,000 years. The reality, Conservatives don't want to acknowledge this, but the reality is that climate change is real, it is impacting us today, and action is absolutely a necessity. When we talk about Canada's role, we know that Canada actually uses more energy than the entire continent of Africa. We know that North America as a whole uses more energy than Africa, Asia, and South America combined. And when we look at this, it couldn't be more clear that Kyoto is needed. Not just needed in our own context, but it is needed in the world. There is only one path to answering the problem of climate change. That path is, without a doubt, international agreements. Kyoto was an opportunity for all countries to come together and to try to hash out the first agreement on climate change. And if anybody doubts the effectiveness of Kyoto, they need only ask where the issue of climate change was before Kyoto came into effect. It was in the wilderness. The naysayers were dismissing it. People were pretending it wasn't a reality. Kyoto forced it into the international stage. And for those that refused to take action and be signatories, there was domestic pressure. In the case of the United States, states coming forward and taking action. The previous federal government signed on to Kyoto. We put forward a series of recommendations to reduce our emissions and to meet our Kyoto objectives. And in the wake of all of this, when Canada's new government, as they call themselves, came into being, what action did they take? The reality is they stepped back. Instead of moving forward with Kyoto and the recommendations, they began slashing money. They took programs like the EnerGuide program, which allowed families to get subsidies to retrofit their homes to reduce the amount of energy that they need, and they scrapped them. Across the board, scrapping environmental and climate change programs. Worse than that, they walked away from their responsibilities in COP11. COP11 was an opportunity and a chance for Canada to lead the successor agreements that would follow Kyoto, to make sure that those nations that didn't join on would join on. It was an opportunity for Canada to take a leadership role, and the minister was missing in action. Now, this minister, Mr. Speaker, whenever asked a question in the House about their environmental plan, will talk about what? Mercury.
This could not be more evidence of how they do not understand this issue. Mercury has nothing to do with climate change. Zero. The Minister of Mercury talks about mercury every single time they're asked about climate change when it does nothing. And if she doesn't talk about mercury, the Minister talks about smog, which also has nothing to do with climate change. Both are important issues. Of course it's important to reduce mercury. Of course it's important to deal with smog. But neither of them have anything to do with climate change. If that were all, Mr. Speaker, it would be bad enough. Just simply them slashing funding and ignoring the issue would be bad enough. But I fear there is far greater menace afoot. And I'll read a quote, Mr. Speaker, if I could. This is from a U.S. pollster, Frank Luntz, who recently met with the Prime Minister and gave him advice on how he should proceed. Mr. Luntz says, "Voters believe that there is no consensus about global warming within the scientific community. Should the public come to believe the scientific issues are settled, their views about global warming will change accordingly. Therefore, you need to continue to make the lack of scientific certainty a primary issue in the debate." This is who the Prime Minister decided to spend his time with and to take advice from. An individual who says, distort the facts, because the reality is that the scientific evidence of climate change is irrefutable. We can see it in our day-to-day lives, but scientists have also proven it through their research. And we know that there isn't a scientific paper published, a credible paper published in the last number of years, which has in any way disputed the fact that climate change is a reality. Well, they set Mr. Luntz's words into action, Mr. Speaker. They made sure that they took action on it. They started by removing the climate change website, the Government of Canada's site that had been set up for information for teachers and students and Canadians about how they could reduce their emissions was killed. I got first called from a teacher who was using it in her class to talk to students about how they could reduce their emissions, who went on to go on it one day and found out that it's been deleted. They went through the website and they cleansed, erased any references to climate change. They tried to pretend it doesn't exist. They listened to their Republican advisors and tried to hide the issue from reality. What Harper had called previously a controversial hypothesis.
Order. I just have to remind the honourable member that we try not to use people's proper names, but their titles or writings.
Right, Mr. Speaker. What the Prime Minister had called a controversial hypothesis, and his former critic had called a great socialist plot, is in fact the greatest menace to this planet, something that they are turning their back on and systematically trying to pretend doesn't exist, and it gets worse. Then we find out about the Friends of Science, a group formed much like the tobacco industry formed a group to try to pretend that tobacco wasn't bad for you. When all the scientific evidence said that tobacco could kill you, the individuals, the Friends of Tobacco, came forward and purported to have scientific evidence that it wasn't bad for you. In a similar fashion, this group was formed. And who funded them, Mr. Speaker? Where did this group get its funding? Well, the funding was set up by an individual by the name of Barry Cooper, a very close associate to the Prime Minister. The objective, funnel oil money through a system of hiding the money where it came from, to allow it to get to Friends of Science so they could try to create doubt among the population that climate change is real. And it doesn't end there. This Friends of Science group has all kinds of connections to the Conservative Party of Canada. From Barry Cooper to Morton Paulson, Tom Harris, and others, the Conservative Party and Friends of Science are one and the same. This group, which seeks to sell our planet down the river, which seeks to confuse and to distort the facts, Mr. Speaker, is closely tied to the Conservatives. Now, Mr. Speaker, what we have to do now is to take a look at what action we must do going forward. You know, one of the things that really struck me when David Suzuki had made a statement that said, you know, when David Suzuki had said that the planet doesn't care whether or not we continue to exist or we eradicate ourselves. I mean, the reality is that we are making our own decisions about whether or not we stay on this planet. It is up to us to find balance. It's up to us to lead the way and ensure that we strike balance with our planet at a time when in a generation our oceans and our trees will be saturated with CO2 emissions, at a time when permafrost is lifting at an unbelievable pace and releasing more and more CO2 into the atmosphere, at a time when ice, which was 90% reflective of energy, is turning into water, which is 90% absorptive of energy, at a time when Asia is booming and its CO2 emissions are increasing day after day. We don't have a lot of time, and we certainly don't have time for a government that distorts the facts, that tries to mislead Canadians, and doesn't take action on the issue. Mr. Speaker, it is imperative that this motion pass. I would say that it is imperative that we lead the way and ensure that we deal with the issue of climate change. I would say our very invitation to stay on this earth depends upon it.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Red Deer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, having listened to that from a Liberal is really quite amazing, considering the 13 years that I have been here and have listened to the promises. Climate change was identified in 1992. Nothing was done. 1997, we signed on to Kyoto. Nothing was done. 2002 in Johannesburg, again identified the problem, and nothing was done. And here we are, 2006, and this member has the nerve to stand up and lecture about what the Liberals have done, when in fact we're at 35% above 1990 levels, and we had agreed to be 6% below 1990 levels. What he can't possibly imagine is how could we ever achieve that? And if he looked at reality, that's 195 megatons of carbon that we would have to remove from the environment. It's not achievable. What doesn't he understand? We had to start in 1993, and we had to have an aggressive plan to deal with this climate change problem. The government has done nothing. Yes. And fortunately, at least, there are countries out there that are trying to come up with solutions. I've attended, Mr. Speaker, the COP meetings, the Conference of the Parties to Kyoto, and those meetings consist of 190 countries, and each of those countries have their own problems, their own social problems, climate problems, etc., and we're supposed to come to some sort of an agreement on how to solve climate change. Well, it's not happening. It's a dream. It's just a dream. And so fortunately, the G8 plus 5, consisting of the G8 members plus India, China, Brazil, Mexico, and South Africa are coming up with solutions. Fortunately, the Asia-Pacific Partnership is looking at solutions, and at least, hopefully, someone's going to deal with climate change. But certainly, 190 countries are not going to come up with consensus in time, and they're not going to achieve their targets. And so, why do we have to oppose this bill, Mr. Speaker? There's a number of reasons. Obviously, this bill would place a huge drain on the administrative part of the government, without allowing the government really to focus on the actual reductions which are necessary. This bill obliges the Minister of the Environment to establish an annual climate change plan and to make regulations, and also obliges the Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development to review the plan and the proposed regulations and submit a report to Parliament. Well, obviously, the previous government didn't do any of those things. There were no reports. There was no record. Nothing ever happened. Just a lot of talk. And so, while this would be totally cumbersome and obviously would take a huge amount of resources of the government, we should spend the money on an actual plan, on actually doing things, not dreaming about buying credits from some foreign country, sending them off. And, you know, no one's ever been able to explain to me how buying credits from a foreign country is in fact going to help the global environment. What they don't seem to understand is that air is shared by everyone. That the 556 coal-fired power plants being built in China using soft coal are a huge environmental problem. Let's help them with the technology so that they can change. Now, that will make a difference, and that will really have some impact. But let's develop that gasification technology here in Canada and then let's transfer that technology to the developing countries where we can really make a difference. Now, that's positive. That's the sort of positive thing that we can do. So, Mr. Speaker, we have a motion here that wants to have more regulations and more government reports, more government planning, more, I don't have that much faith in government. I have a lot more faith in working with the provinces, working with industry, looking to the future, having a long-term vision for where we want to go and how we want to deal with the climate change problem. Right. And that obviously, I think, is what Canadians expect us to do. 195 megatons is what we need to reduce to get to our target. Most people don't understand what a megaton is, but basically, as the minister has said in this House, it would mean shutting down transportation, it would mean shutting off the lights, and literally stopping doing everything if we were to try to achieve that target. Not possible. Canadians don't want that. So Canadians want a plan from us. They want a plan that is going to deal with pollution, that is going to deal with climate change, that is going to deal with the soil, the water, the land, and everything that we do. And that's the direction that we have to go. So obviously, we hear from the other side of the House how we got to, go after the oil and gas industry. We have to go after this. That's not true. That's not what we have to do. We have to rely on capture and sequestering of CO2. We have to get into the gasification of everything from garbage to coal and it's already happening. Like, that's not new technology. That's, in some countries, they've been doing that for a long time. In places like Norway, they've been sequestering CO2 in the caverns underneath the North Sea for 10 years. It's not new. It's not new technology. It doesn't have to be developed further. We just have to do it. This government did not do it when they were in power, the former government. Yeah. They just didn't do it. They didn't listen to advisors. They finally got down to the desperation $10 billion, which probably could have been $80 billion, and say we're going to buy foreign carbon credits. Well, I don't know, maybe that makes you feel better. It's sort of like talking to the city council that says, oh yes, we recycle plastic. Isn't that wonderful? So where does your plastic go? Well, it gets bundled, it gets sent by ships through the Panama Canal, and ends up going to a landfill in China. How does that make you feel? Does that make you say, well, yeah, we're recycling? No, you're phony. You're just phony. You're just fooling yourself. You're not telling Canadians the truth. Phony. So let's get on with telling Canadians the truth and how we can deal with this. And we should be pretty excited about the green plan that's coming and that we're going to be able to implement. And so, whether we look at Mark Jacquard and some of his research that's been done, obviously he says it could cost Canadians anywhere up to $80 billion, in fact, to start right now to try to achieve those targets. That's not feasible. That's not there. It can't be done. So let's get on with the green plan that we're going to do. And we don't need to be lectured about what should have happened because, again, sitting here and watching, nothing has happened. I was embarrassed at COP10 in Argentina when the Minister of Environment got up and reported for this country. And he said, you know what we've done? We have the 1-ton challenge, and we're going to hit our targets. And, the 1-ton challenge was designed to take care of 20 megatons. That's if it worked. And so, that was all we had to brag about. That was embarrassing to say that. When we listen to other countries say, we're developing wind technology, we're developing alternate energies of different kinds, we're looking at wave technology, we're looking at all of these things. And we are not leaders in those things, and we should be. The jobs that are related, what we can do for our environment and for the global environment is pretty phenomenal. So, Mr. Speaker, the legacy that I think, as a Canadian, as a member of Parliament in 2006, is the legacy that I want to leave is that we took action, that we did something about the air, about the water, about the land, and we can do it. And whether it's like I say, sequestering or whatever we want to do, we can be leaders in some of these, and that's what we should aim for. So what we're going to get in this House is a real plan. And we will carry it out. It will happen. And Canadians will understand that, hey, rather than this buying carbon credits off from some foreign country, we will be doing things here in Canada that will make a difference and will be transferable to other parts of the world. So, Mr. Speaker, we cannot support this bill. We don't think that more regulation and more planning is necessary. We think that action is where it has to go, and that's what we plan to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Brassard-Lafrairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill introduced May 17th by the member for Honoré Mercier would force the government to respect Canada's commitments to the Kyoto Protocol. The department would have to establish an annual plan on climate change, which would respect the sharing of jurisdictions, and there would be regulations to meet the Kyoto objectives. It would also create an obligation for the Environment Commissioner to review the annual plan on climate change and to submit a report to Parliament. We are in favor of this bill in principle because it is inspired by the motion put by the Bloc in May that was adopted by a majority in the House of Commons, and we will present our suggestions to improve the bill when we meet in committee.
Clause 5 of the bill provides for a climate change plan, which must be tabled by the government every year by May 31st. This must be the case until 2013. The annual plan has to respect provincial jurisdictions and must include the following 5 elements. For example, measures to reduce greenhouse gases, a description of the indices and mechanisms, market mechanisms that are targeted. There has to be a description of the way in which the money will be allocated. There have to be bilateral agreements, and there has to also be an overview of the results of the previous year's plans. Now, why should there be a plan like that until 2013? Would it not be more relevant to take as a premise that Canada will be participating in the second period, the second segment of the Kyoto Agreement? Doubtless, I think we would have to say that in the bill there will be bilateral agreements that should, for those provinces who wish to apply the Kyoto Agreement in their territory, that should provide for financial agreements that would allow them to meet the Kyoto objectives. This whole struggle, this idea of climate change and the struggle to deal with it, is a major issue for the entire world, and it will continue to be so in coming decades. The Kyoto Protocol is the result of many years of work and cooperation within the international community. It is the most efficient way of dealing with climate change. In its recent motion on an opposition day, the Bloc Québécois sent a message, an unequivocal message, to the Conservative government. The government must commit to respecting the Kyoto Protocol, an international agreement to which Canada is legally bound and which is supported by 90% of Quebecers. If they do not do so, Canada will lose all its credibility. Its reputation will be lost in the international arena. And this is a bill that should reflect the same message that the bloc set out for the government. The fundamental principles that underlie the bloc's position, and this has been the case since the beginning of our discussion on climate change, are the following: respect of international commitments, fairness, equity, the respect of jurisdictions, Quebec jurisdiction. The Bloc Québécois is asking Ottawa for an implementation plan for the Kyoto Protocol, which would allow for a 6% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, bringing it back to the 1990 level. There should be a series of measures that would allow this to be achieved. There are 5 areas where the Bloc is asking for concrete measures. First, severe standards in the manufacture of vehicles, which would allow for better energy efficiency. Secondly, that's been the case in California, by the way. Secondly, rebates for ecological vehicles, for green vehicles. We want also to see some financial support for the development of renewable energies. We don't want necessarily, in fact, we do not want to see any type of cutback in the area of wind energy and any program linked to it. We would like to see the abolition of the tax system which favors the major oil companies. And finally, we would like to have subsidies for those entities that contribute to the effort which really is to meet the Kyoto Protocol objectives. The Bloc Québécois would like to see a system of emission objectives for the major emitters, for example, like the oil companies. They should be responsible for their participation in a program by 2010. That should represent some 50% of the greenhouse gas emissions. Equity for the provinces really means that those who made an effort in the past should be recognized. And you have the choice that Quebec has made in the area of hydroelectricity. Quebec sets an example in this area. It has reduced greenhouse gas emissions. And I do believe that we should repeat the fact that there was a motion from the Bloc Québécois that was passed, 169 to 125, on an opposition day that we had last May. The motion was the following: that, in the opinion of this House, the government should take the necessary measures for Canada to reach its objective of reducing greenhouse gas emissions as established by the Kyoto Protocol by basing that on equity, fairness, and the respect of constitutional jurisdictions and those responsibilities that are peculiar to Quebec and the other provinces. B, make public by October 15th, 2006, an efficient and equitable plan which would meet the Kyoto Protocol requirements and which would include a system for emissions goals for the major emitters and which would include an exchange program. The goal, the Conservative government has let it be known that the goal of 6% by 1990 will not be sought. They see it as unrealistic and unattainable. I say that this is irresponsible. Since that time, really what the government has been doing has been a type of role that it is playing. It is detracting from the importance of Kyoto on the international scene. Not respecting the Kyoto targets, it means giving up on Kyoto. We have to look at the viability and the relevancy of those negotiations and the signatures of multilateral agreements that have been signed All of this has to be looked at closely. If there are necessary conditions that are set in place to ensure the prosperity and the betterment of the people in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to first thank the member for Honoré Messier for bringing this, a very important bill, before the House. He has done an extraordinary job, Mr. Speaker, to bring the issue in clarity. He has argued in the House in terms of the need for a royal recommendation and amplified further on the ways in which we can meet our Kyoto commitments on reduction of greenhouse gas levels, Mr. Speaker, without this kind of spending that the previous Conservative Speaker seemed to indicate was absolutely necessary. Let's have some background, Mr. Speaker. After millions of years of remaining constant, greenhouse gas levels, particularly CO2, started to climb sharply and at the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. They are now almost certainly higher than they have been in 20 million years, Mr. Speaker. This is not a natural fluctuation. It is a side effect of the greenhouse gases being trapped in the atmosphere, much like a giant greenhouse. And the heating is called global warming, and that's what we're talking about. Global warming has already reduced the depth of the winter polar ice cap since the 1970s by 40%. Polar bears will become extinct if the ice retreat continues, and 90% of all glaciers on the planet have retreated significantly in the last 50 years. As the white reflective snow melts, Mr. Speaker, which is even more efficient at absorbing solar energy, this causes acceleration of the heat effect. So what? Some people would say. Who likes snow and ice? Well, let's consider some facts, Mr. Speaker. The computer models show that up to a meter sea level rise over the next 100 years. 1 meter in the sea level. More heat means more energy in the atmosphere. That means more turbulent weather. Have we seen more turbulent weather? Already, Mr. Speaker, I think we can agree. Super hurricanes will cause millions and millions, if not billions, of property damage. Witnesses what's been happening for instance, in New Orleans. Mr. Speaker, more heat means a redistribution of rain patterns, and we are now seeing freakish storms all over the world that may dump many feet of water in a single day. And we have seen many examples of that already. Has this got something to do with global warming? Probably. Probably. This also means drought in places that previously had abundant rainfall. Does anybody realize what happened in BC? They went for something like almost a month without rain in the Vancouver area. And I know I was there for about a week. Everything was dry. Stanley Park was dry. It's never been like that. What is happening? Something is happening. You can't deny if you deny the science, you can't deny the reality, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we're now, because of these freakish storms, it means that we have droughts in certain places, and from time in our history, Canada had to actually import grain because of droughts. For the first time in our history, rainy Vancouver's drinking water reservoirs are almost empty. Now, wouldn't it be nice to live in a warmer climate? What's wrong with that? Well, there's at least 3 drawbacks, Mr. Speaker. First of all, you may find that you have to run your air conditioner all year round. Mr. Speaker, we're going to get all the extra electricity to run the air conditioners. Now, by the law of supply and demand, electricity prices will go through the roof, and you may find yourself unable to afford or run an air conditioner. With higher temperatures, Mr. Speaker, water evaporates more quickly. Global warming disrupts rainfall patterns, bringing extra rain to some places and drought in others. For those in the drought, tap water will have to be brought in. That means higher water bills. It also means skyrocketing food costs, since the farmers need huge amounts of water for irrigation. Every degree rise in temperature requires 10% more water, Mr. Speaker. If you live in Alberta or Saskatchewan, or if you live in the Ganges River Valley, your tap water comes from glacier meltwater, Mr. Speaker. Those regions will experience summer water shortages. It's absolutely the fact. The trees can't pack up and move either, Mr. Speaker, and move to a cooler climate. We lost many of our grand fir trees in the summer of 2002 due to heat and drought. you would pretty well have to cut them down and replant in a new heat-tolerant species, Mr. Speaker, to deal with it. It will take at least a generation for the newly planted forests to mature. The Kyoto Protocol is an agreement under which industrialized countries will reduce their collective emissions of greenhouse gases by 5.2% compared to the year that we had in 1990. But note that compared to the emission levels that would be expected by 2010, without the Kyoto Protocol, Mr. Speaker, this target represents a 29% cut. The goal is lower overall emissions of 6 greenhouse gases. They include carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, sulfur hexafluoride, HFCs and PFCs calculated as an average over the 5-year period 2008 to 2012. National targets range from 8% reductions for the European Union to permit increases of 8% in places like Australia, Mr. Speaker. Not everybody has the same problem. Other countries like India and China, which have ratified the protocol, are not required to reduce carbon emissions under the present agreement, Mr. Speaker, for certain particular reasons that I won't go into. But, Mr. Speaker, the objective of the overall protocol is the stabilization of greenhouse gas concentrations in the atmosphere at a level that would prevent dangerous interference with our climate system. Mr. Speaker, that's what it's all about. The treaty was negotiated in Kyoto, Japan in December 1997, opened for signature on March 16, 1998, and closed on March 15, 1999. The agreement came into force on February 16, 2005, and as of April 2006, Mr. Speaker, a total of 163 countries have ratified the agreement, representing over 61.6% of emissions. On December 17, 2002, Canada ratified the treaty, Mr. Speaker, and while numerous polls have shown support for the Kyoto Protocol, somewhere around 70%, there are still some opposition, and I know where they are. They're in the Conservative caucus. Mr. Speaker, if you think about it, there are some business groups, some non-governmental climate scientists and energy concerns using similar arguments to those being used in the United States, who have not signed on to the Kyoto Protocol. And I think it has something to do with their tremendous reliance on coal-fired plants, particularly in the Ohio Valley. Mr. Speaker, the United States is not prepared to make that commitment. They haven't made any plans to deal with Kyoto, and it seems to me that the American administration on the other side here seems to feel that it's better to go with George Bush than it is to deal with this matter in Canada. Now, Mr. Speaker, in 2005, the result was limited to an ongoing war of words, primarily between the government of Alberta, which is Canada's primary oil and gas producer, and I must admit that the Conservatives, in opposing Kyoto, have talked about a made-in-Canada solution, Mr. Speaker, but you have to ask yourself, can you find anywhere in the record any mention of how they are going to address the high emitters, such as the petroleum gas industry and the oil sands? They have not mentioned it. This is where their key support is, I understand that. That's politics. But you know what? We are the Parliament of Canada. This is the government of Canada. It has to speak on behalf of the interests of all Canadians, not simply their supporters. Exactly what they did in terms of the funding cuts that we've just had. Mr. Speaker, look at it. When you go on it line by line by line, there's no question about it. It was who is unlikely to be a Conservative supporter? Well, let's zap them. It's really, this whole thing is all tied in with this whole mean-spirited government who has no interest whatsoever in good policy. It is an ideological government that has absolutely no interest whatsoever in what makes good public policy on behalf of Canadians. Now, Mr. Speaker, after January 2006 election, the Conservative majority government expressed opposition to Kyoto and announced that Canada would have no chance of meeting its targets under Kyoto. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? When we signed this deal, we knew we were already behind. But I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, it is very clear. We signed it knowing that because we still know it is possible, Mr. Speaker, to meet our targets under Kyoto. I could go on in this matter, but I just want to say, Mr. Speaker, that this Kyoto Protocol, which is supported by the Bloc and by the NDP and by the Liberals, is there. It has nothing to do with partisanism, Mr. Speaker. It has to do with our serious concern and our understanding of the science that climate change is a risk to humanity and we must take action, and the Conservative government has refused to do that and is dismantling everything that's been done so far in dealing with greenhouse gases. All I can say with regard to them, Mr. Speaker, is shame on you.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. Mr. Speaker, I'm a new member here in the House. I represent the riding of Louis-Hébert. And since I've been here, I have tried to work in an objective fashion to avoid partisanship. Today, when I hear the Liberals make their statements, and we've just heard a Liberal statement on this matter, and they succeeded in increasing by 35% greenhouse gases, and we hear that there are polar bears that can no longer survive, that there are problems with the forestry sector in the West because there are parasites, little bugs eating the trees. The statement that my colleague has just made amazes me. When we talk about a reduction of 195 megatons, 195 million tons at $10 a ton, that represents more than $19 billion worth being sent abroad. You can understand, therefore, that the Kyoto Agreement is not just a reduction of emissions, but it is the purchase abroad of the right to pollute. And that doesn't change anything in my backyard. That changes nothing in my backyard. It's for those people who suffer from emphysema, for elderly people who have trouble breathing, for people who are asthmatic. Given all this smog and pollution, well, that's what was left to us by the Liberals. What we are trying to do is correct the situation. Earlier, there was almost a scientific statement that was made by the member.
This summer, I was in Chicoutimi, and there was an interpretation center, and there I was told where I was walking, there 10,000 years ago was 1,000 feet of ice. That didn't just melt in the last 100 years, it melted over the course of a millennium. Whereas at that time, of course, industrialization didn't affect that ice. So there are cycles of glaciation and melt. Where are we at now? Well, I met with scientists and so on, and even there were divided opinions. Sometimes they went right, sometimes they went left. Our government is today proposing, or will be proposing in the next few days, a new green plan that will truly seek to improve the situation. We won't, as we got used to the Liberals doing, we won't be doing a show of smoke and mirrors. We won't just gesticulate, we'll actually take action. I'd like my Liberal friends, when the former Minister of the Environment, the former Liberal Environment Minister, said that it was impossible to reach Kyoto objectives. Well, how is it that the Liberals continue to support a program that even their former minister confirms is impossible to achieve? Today, they're trying to make Kyoto synonymous with being in favor of the environment, pro-environment, and that's totally false. Kyoto is simply an agreement to transfer carbon credits. That's what we're to take from it, and it's unhealthy. It's demagoguery to suggest that the Kyoto Accord is the solution to the environmental problems we're having here in Quebec, here in Canada, and that by buying carbon credits, that's not going to change anything for young people with respiratory problems. It won't do anything for seniors, and anything else is mere gesturing. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Honoré Mercier will have a 5-minute right of reply.
Merci.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We knew, it was clear that the Conservatives didn't like Kyoto. They hated it, and now the evidence is there. They don't understand Kyoto at all. I'm not talking about you, Mr. Speaker. I'm talking about those who took the floor today. They don't understand Kyoto. Mr. Speaker, first I'd like to thank my colleagues who spoke in support of this bill. And those thanks go out to my Liberal colleagues, my Bloc colleagues, and my NDP colleagues.
Party shows in the clearest possible way that protecting the environment and fighting climate change cannot be and must not become a partisan issue. Tous les partis font front commun pour faire...
All parties have united to deal with the considerable challenge that climate change represents. All parties except the Conservative Party. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative government, for ideological reasons, is doing everything in its power to derail Kyoto. And that's why the government tried to kill this bill with procedural arguments. They tried to say that this bill would have required a royal recommendation, which was obviously not true, and you confirmed that yourself today, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to do a brief reminder about this important bill. The goal is simple: to ensure that Canada meets its Kyoto Protocol commitments, and it aims to ensure that Canada respects international law which prevails in this area. And the bill would require the Environment Minister to establish every year a plan on climate change, which would contain, among other things, Mr. Speaker, a description of steps to be taken to meet Canada's commitments under Article 3, Paragraph 1 of the Kyoto Protocol. The bill, Mr. Speaker, also seeks to have the government enact regulations to respect its commitments, and in so doing, it could take into account the implementation of other measures like funding and entering into agreements with the provinces. All that can be done, Mr. Speaker, only if there's a political will. But that very political will is so sorely lacking in this government.
Short time that I have left, I would like to stress that more than anything else, this bill is about the future. It calls on the government to act responsibly and to act now. It calls for concrete actions, Mr. Speaker, actions to improve the lives of future generations. Et l'environnement, Monsieur le Président.
And the environment, Mr. Speaker, is certainly something we can do something about right away, starting today, to improve the quality of life for tomorrow's generations. Not only can we do something, we have to do something. We can't do like the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, and just say, no, it can't be done, it's too complicated, too hard.
The government has decided to give up before it had even started trying. And this, Mr. Chair, is simply unacceptable.
Climate change, Mr. Speaker, is one of the main challenges humanity faces, not just in terms of the environment, but also in terms of public health, food health, quality of life, and economic prosperity. Mr. Speaker, I've already said this and I was clear. When a government doesn't keep its commitments under international law and the will of its own public, when it doesn't fulfill its responsibilities with respect to one of the greatest challenges the planet is facing, Parliament has the capacity and the duty to require it to do so. So I invite my colleagues to support this important bill, do it for our future and above all for the future of our children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It being 7:07, the time for debate has expired. As a result, the question is the following.
Godfrey moved that Bill C-288, an act to ensure Canada meets its global climate change obligations under the Kyoto Protocol, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. Yay! All those opposed will please say nay. Nay! In my opinion, the nays have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, October 4th, 2006, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was listening to the member from Red Deer talking about the importance of wind energy at a time when this government has cancelled or frozen the program. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian wind energy sector is emerging as one of the key components in our energy mix for the next 20 years. As traditional sources of fuels and energy peak and dwindle, wind energy will remain strong and viable as there is nearly a limitless supply. The Liberal Party and the Liberal government recognize this. That's why in Budget 2005, we committed to an expanded wind energy incentive by quadrupling the previous program and committing $200 million over 5 years. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, it would seem that this is not as clear to the Conservatives as it is to us. Perhaps some data will help them understand better. La croissance
The Canadian wind energy industry has showed impressive growth, with an average annual increase of over 30% for the last 5 years. A recent report shows that wind energy firms are optimistic about future growth.
Globally, wind energy capacity has increased from 18,000 megawatts to 59,000 megawatts between 2000 and 2005, and now produces enough power to meet the needs of more than 17 million homes. By 2010, global installed wind energy capacity is expected to be 149,000 megawatts. As an example, Mr. Speaker, wind energy met 20% of electricity demand in Denmark, 8% in Spain, 5% in Germany, and 4% in Portugal and Ireland. Wind energy could easily meet 15 to 20% of Canada's total electricity needs based on an initial target of 10,000 megawatts by 2010, which would take us to about 4% of Canada's total electricity needs. Experience in other countries is clearly demonstrating that wind energy can make substantive and significant contributions to total electricity supply. Further, the wind energy industry can create jobs. Every 1 megawatt of installed wind energy capacity in Canada generates $1.5 million in investment and creates 2.5 direct and 8 indirect person-years of employment. If 5% of Canada's electricity was generated by wind energy in 2015, such development would produce $19.5 billion in investment and create 32,500 direct and 104,000 indirect person-years of employment. Durant la dernière session, le ministre
In the last session, the Minister for Natural Resources claimed that the Conservative government didn't scrap funding for the Wind Power Production Incentive Program, but what he later admitted was that funding had been frozen. effectively paralyzing the program and creating a large amount of uncertainty for this industry.
Letter, Mr. Speaker, from Mr. Robert Hornan, the President of the Canadian Wind Energy Association, to the Minister of Natural Resources. Mr. Hornan makes it clear that the freezing of funds within the Wind Power Production Incentive Program has had a serious negative effect on the industry. He says that, and I quote, "The fact that the Wind Power Production Incentive Program funds are frozen has made it difficult for the federal government to continue to work with projects currently in the process to obtain funds under this program. For example, projects must work with the federal government on a federal environmental assessment in order to have access to the Wind Power Production Incentive Program. These processes have slowed down significantly or halted. As a result, valuable time is being lost for projects who are working to be in a position to access this program money if the expansion proceeds. This means delay in ultimately getting these projects into the ground where they can provide significant economic benefits to local communities across Canada." Mr. Speaker, this is proof that the Conservative government cutbacks are hurting the industry and costing jobs for Canadians. As we have seen with the scrapping of the popular one-ton challenge and other programs, these are ideologically driven, and I would ask the government to reinstate this very important program.
Honourable Secretary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to be able to answer the question asked by my honourable colleague for Etobicoke North. The honourable member is concerned about the cutbacks to programs, and yet we know that programs like Ennard Guide and the One-Ton Challenge were judged to be ineffective. And the government is now considering more effective programs. The finance minister provided for a $2 billion environmental envelope for the environment and energy efficiency in the current budget. This is a significant investment, and we think it could be better used and produce better results than the money spent by the previous government. Our government has committed to pursue new orientations in terms of climate change policy. We want a plan to reduce GHG emissions, a plan that takes into account the economic, social, environmental context of Canada. We want to establish a plan for clean air, water, soil, and energy for Canadians. This is an effective and realistic method for Canada to deal with climate change issues. It's not good enough, Mr. Speaker, to do like the previous government, that is, make an international commitment without providing for a plan to implement it and without determining what the repercussions for Canada might be. We've seen the results that produces. A number of years of Liberal programs and hundreds of millions of dollars later on climate change initiatives, we're still very far from obtaining the results that will meet our commitments. The Liberals plan to reduce GHGs by 6%, and today Canada's emissions are at 35% above that target. It's time to restructure our programs on climate change, and that's what we're doing, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we've now found a better way to use that money to deal with climate change. Some current programs may be adapted to our strategy, but in other cases, we'll have to determine whether taxpayer money might not be better spent elsewhere with a new strategy. All climate change initiatives are being reevaluated to guarantee that they produce real results for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, my colleague mentioned Ennard Guide and the One-Ton Challenge. After evaluating those programs, the government concluded that taxpayer money could be better used and spent on initiatives that might have better results for reducing GHG emissions. The government has a new strategy for reducing GHG emissions, and as my colleague knows, the ministers responsible will soon be announcing specific initiatives. The House will then know how wisely the investments are being made to truly affect cleaner air, water, and energy for Canadians.
The honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Well, Mr. Speaker, while this government hides behind reviews and studies and platitudes, Canadian workers and the industry are suffering. Nous avons beaucoup entendu.
We've heard much about this conservative government's plans for a made-in-Canada approach to addressing our GHG and climate change problems, but thus far we've seen nothing except for promises and hot air.
talks up Canada's energy resources to his friends in the Republican Party, his government is squandering and choking off a burgeoning energy industry by refusing to commit to the renewal and expansion of the wind power production incentive. Can this parliamentary secretary not have the courage to look up from his prepared text and commit to this House tonight that his backward and hypocritical government will do the right thing for a change and unfreeze and expand the wind power production incentive?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Let's be clear, Mr. Speaker. We took office as a new government, and the target of the previous government has been missed by 35%. That's the factual situation we inherited, and we're dealing with it responsibly. So in awaiting the new plan, the government is managing 95 different programs on climate change. Those programs will exist and funding will be available. We have been able to target certain programs that weren't producing the desired results. My colleague referred to the one-ton challenge, for example, which was a marketing campaign of the previous government, and we don't want to use that same approach. We want to use taxpayer money to obtain better results. We want to establish more efficient and effective programs to reduce emissions. We want to do this in a responsible manner. We'll continue examining current activities and support those that are useful. We also plan to add new activities which will improve performance for Canadians. We're committed to establishing a strategy that will provide clean air, water, soil, and energy. The motion to adjourn is now deemed adopted. The House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. in keeping with Standing Order 24.